All right, you guys, we are live with Ring of Honor. We better get a nice full length episode. At least I hope so. We've been getting these hour long episodes recently, and I'm not feeling it. We got like 10 matches on the card, which is good. As long as none of them are rushed, then we should definitely have an over an hour show. Where are the outrunners? That is just like we were talking about that yesterday on the live stream. Like we have not seen them in a while. Oh, he's our champion, Mark Briscoe. Okay, he's talking about House of Black. I love Mark Briscoe. He's so funny. Mark Briscoe is going to be going against Griff Garrison for whatever reason. How did Griff Garrison get a match with Mark Briscoe? Lord knows. But we have Aaron Solo coming out. He's going to be wrestling, I believe, Brian Keys. I think I'm right. Oh, hello, Robert. How are you? Aaron Solo looks great. He's been doing really well in the ring, but unfortunately, he's kind of looking like maybe they're, I guess he's more like a jobber status, if that makes sense. You know, it's been so long that he's been with the company and not really getting much out of it. Um, but lately he's been on Ring of Honor. He's been doing some great matches. He's definitely taking the L tonight. But we got Brian Keith on the way to the ring. Do, 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 do. Brian looks great. Mr. All Days Off, you're so funny. Do, do, do. I really do enjoy Brian Keith a lot. He's been taking quite a bit of L's too, but I'm not surprised about that because you know he's hasn't been with the company that long, so it's interesting. All right, the bell is about to ring. All right, the bell has rung. Let's get some action. Damn, Solo just gave him a bitch slap. Um, Lovely. I hear that they have like about 500 tickets left for Dynasty. There's this Instagram account that shows all this stuff, and all the seats that are left are the absolute worst seats you could possibly sit at. Absolute worst seats. All right, we got Jamar in the house. Okay, you guys. So Jamar is going to be joining me. One second. Let me get him on the screen. All right, Jamar, what's going on?
Hey, not much, not much. Actually, today was a pretty crazy day. Glad to
Yeah,
be able to unwind with a little wrestling.
yes, that always works out. What are your
My,
thoughts on Aaron Solo?
I love the way he's starting off here. He's got like personality. I think what you said about him. I feel bad that he's basically enhancement talent. Like
Yeah.
he had so much personality. He smacked him in the face at like shaking his hand. It's a little bit more than what the average wrestler does. He's
Mhm.
more than the average wrestler.
I think so too. And as a heel, he does bring a lot of personality in the ring. A few weeks ago, he had a match with Lee Johnson,
Oh, that was good.
who seems to be the golden child of Ring of Honor right now.
Mm.
I felt like Aaron Solo there's so much more interesting because he
Oh, me
kept that
too. Yeah.
character going throughout the whole match, and I feel like that's so important.
I actually wondered if Aaron Solo was a reason why he that match was so good because
Mhm.
it's Johnson, right? Shoddy. Like the
Yeah,
few matches he had before that, I was like, okay, whatever. When I saw that match, I enjoyed it. And then with
right.
Fletcher, I enjoyed it. So like now it's right now 50-50 if it was Solo or if it was the other one.
I mean, Lee Johnson's great. I just feel like certain wrestlers help carry him, you know? You know, Kyle Fletcher in that pay-per-view was just absolutely amazing.
Oh
And
man.
Lee Johnson impressed me as
Yeah,
well, but
yeah.
Kyle, was better.
Well, that's the reason why I now give it 50-50. Like if it was
Mhm.
just that match, I would have thought like that was all Solo. And I saw an old video of Solo and Starks in
Oh.
some league. I feel like it was for like something like MTV, but I don't think it was that weird MTV thing. It might have been like a Netflix show. I'm not sure. But
That's
it
interesting.
was, yeah, it was older, and it had the two of them at a very young stage, and they were impressive. Like they're here right
Is it
now, you know.
reality show?
Not a reality show, but it was this weird show where they had matches against each other, and they were showing the artists as or the wrestlers as personality.
Mhm.
Was that a cut?
Oh my gosh.
Did they just cut the match?
No, maybe it's just moving really quick.
Oh, that's interesting because it looked like it went from the kick and then something else.
No, didn't look like that for me.
Oh, okay.
So which one of these two do you think would have a great match with Kyle Fletcher for the TV title?
Oh, I think either of them. Although I feel bad because they're like, if Solo goes into it, automatically he's losing, and
Mm.
I'm starting to wonder. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like what they're gonna do with Keith. I don't feel like there's any direction for him.
So I
It'd be.
agree with
I'd
that
like to see it
too.
though.
I just feel like when someone is starting off with AEW, or you know what,
Mm.
I was gonna say something that probably wouldn't be true. Okay, so I guess certain people when they start off, they don't look as great in terms of like getting wins or whatever. That's difficult to say because some people come straight into the company and they're able to have a man, there is something a little bit unfair with that, because like Brian Keith, he was number one top black wrestler, um, and he had his title, his Texas title for um 500 something plus days or whatnot. He had a nice lengthy reign, and he's a really great popular wrestler in the indie
Mm.
scene. But he comes out here, he's able to show what he can do in the ring, but there's a lack of wins.
Oh, I've enjoyed his matches. I'm glad they featured him on. You know what? I think they made a mistake with him when they brought him out one time and they featured him, and it was just to have him lose to someone. I forget.
Was it
Was that-
was it the match with Hangman?
That's what I was thinking. Like when he said, "I have like a contract and I'm coming for you" or something. There was that whole big presentation.
Okay, yes, that it was that match. It was that
Yeah,
match. That was his very first time in AEW, and I thought it was really nice that they gave him a video package, and I was just like, oh,
mm,
okay, maybe he's signed. Um, that match was short, was sweet, and they could have done a little bit more, in my opinion. You know, and since then we've seen him sprinkled into the show until he got what signed, I think January, something like that. Well, no, not signed in January, but he started being featured more around that time. And here he is. He's really, really great. Like, look at him, about to take the win. There he goes, taking the win against Aaron Solo. I think he's one of the very few people in AEW who has a character. Fucking bounty
yeah,
hunter
yeah.
and wrestling. What is not cool about that?
I wish. I didn't watch it, but I heard or I watched the videos. Like when Hitman Hart went to WCW, they literally gave him that gimmick. Like he had a list and he was going and he was attacking different people. I still
Hmm.
don't know why they can't use him as a bounty hunter. Like MGF was great at that. He used to hire people all the time to beat other people up. The
I
one,
mean, it would be interesting if I don't know how. Okay, so like it's easy to work with, I think, because bounty hunter, it's simple, you know what I mean? But it's a really cool thing to be in terms of a character when it comes to wrestling. You got a whole roster that you can go after, you know what I mean? And so far they haven't really shown him to be a bounty hunter. Sure, he's still got that bounty hunter name, um, but it's not, that character is not being displayed in AEW.
question. Keep him in ROH or keep him in AEW? I personally, I don't know about you. I don't like the willy nilly shifting between the two and how they
I
exist in
agree.
two different worlds. Like, watch, Archer's going to win. We know he's going to win. But if he
Well,
goes to,
who's he going
uh,
against? Oh, never mind. His opponent's already in the ring.
he's going to win. But he goes to AEW and he suddenly, like, just beat the crap out of me, guy.
Right,
Oh, the
right.
both of them.
Issue is that a lot of people. Wait, how many people's in the ring?
I guess they're
Oh,
doing
this
a
is a
trios. They're
trios.
back. Yeah. We're waiting for
Oh,
the pay per view.
I think that was so weird. I didn't use them in the pay per view.
And now they're back. Are they going to say anything about it? So weird.
We're just gonna pretend it didn't happen. Let's pretend.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so I kind of got lost with the comments. Oh, Robert says, "Do your shirt says Hellfire and Brimstone?" I wish I had a shirt that said that. No, it's Hellfire Club from Stranger
Marvel?
Things.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready for season 5. Get this shit over with. There's too
I
much
know
going on with
Hellfire.
this show.
I know Hellfire Club from Marvel. They used to be the guys who used to
Oh,
beat up
I
X Men.
know, I know what you're talking about from X-Men
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
yeah.
Um, it's a Dungeons and Dragon thing, part of the show. So I'm not even into that either. But I love that show. Love that show. I have to commit to it. Season 4 was really great. That last 2 episodes was just too damn much. I don't
I
know.
still haven't seen Stranger Things, but I've followed. I don't know why I followed some of the later changes, like, but it is a show that when it's completed, I want to watch.
Oh, season 5, I don't think that's coming out this year. Not 100% sure. It might be 2025.
They're supposed to go to another place, right? And they have to kind of age them a little bit.
Right. One thing I can say is that from people who grew up in the 80s, like, you would fucking love the nostalgia trip you'll get through this show. Um it's just really, it's nicely done. Certain things got a little too much drama, but it's overall a really great show. Really great show.
As you talk about it, I realize I know way too much about the show, and I haven't watched it.
You haven't
Like
watched
I,
it?
I can tell you about like what happened in. Uh, oh, you've seen it, so like I know that character. There's like a character who died, and he's like a kind of like a recurring type, and he did something or he was in a house, and like he didn't need to come out and die, but he did come out and die. And anyway, like, oh, and the guy who's the Marvel guy who was
Yeah, I
dead,
cannot
but they
remember
found him in a
his
prison.
real name, but he's so badass on the show.
Oh yeah, yeah. Then
His
they had to
name in the
go
show,
to
his
get
name
him
is
out.
Harper, but I can't remember his actual name. He's so badass, kind of like Lance Archer in a way.
Mm.
Oh man, Lance Archer, he's so tall. His opponent is like a whole foot and a half shorter than him. Well, he said, "I dare you to punch me in the face." And the righteous, they are, another character, other characters
Oh, let me know
on
when Lance Archer
AEW.
smacks the black guy.
On his chest, he's about
Mm.
to right now. Ouch. Ouch. Now
Oh,
he going for another chop. I bet you that hurt. It hurts just to
oh,
look at.
oh! I don't want to take one.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry
the
for cutting you
righteous,
off, man.
they're also a really great characters, but they're not thought out either.
Mm.
There is big potential with the righteous, and Dutch and Vincent are just so freaking cool, but they have not been able to book them to really put the story out about them.
And
Same thing for House of Black too.
we've kind of lost the plot with them, sadly. With oh, what was the ring? What was the fellow who went from the Evil Uno group to the Righteous Evil Uno
Oh,
group?
Stu Grayson. They
Stu Grayson. That
recently
whole story. I like that story. I like the
It was
pay per view
great.
match.
The
Yeah.
pay-per-view match was really great. I couldn't believe when they brought the Legos in the ring. I was just like, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. If you stepped on Legos, you know
Oh
what I'm
yeah.
talking about. It is not pretty. Not pretty. When my daughter was a toddler, several nights a week, I'm stepping on Legos in the middle of the night. And when they brought in Lance Archer with that group, that was a turning point for them to
Mm.
do something story wise too. But they just put him in a group and just want everybody to feel like, oh, this makes sense.
So you wouldn't say get rid of the trios titles? Like it doesn't seem like they even worrying about a division.
I think, well, I kind of agree. I feel like if they brought it down to just one trios title to go between both, it
Mm.
would seem like we have a division. When you have two titles and there's a handful of trios, it just doesn't make sense. They left those titles on a claim for the longest, and it became an afterthought for Tony Khan.
Oh yeah. Well, the claim feels like they've definitely been demoted, but they've also lost all their. It feels like they've lost a lot of their steam. I haven't seen them.
They sure did.
I haven't been in a crowd to see them, but
Oh, Mark Sterling. It's nice to see men work out at the gym. Oh, Tony Nese. Oh my God. Whoa.
this is a good look for him. You got that too?
Oh my gosh. Tony Nese. Lord have mercy. Oh wow. Okay. Um,
More of this,
that was
please.
that was nicely done. You know, the other day they did one on Joshua. Oh, there they go.
Yeah, they did. They did. I saw
Tony
that.
Nese, Josh Woods, Ari Davari.
They didn't do it for Davari. Maybe
They
next week.
didn't?
I don't think so. Fruit of our looms.
I mean, they're trios.
Mm. So I would like to see. I like to see Nice and I like to see them as tag teams.
By the end of the year, they'll be champions. What about right now? Okay, that's interesting. They all look
Okay.
really great. They definitely are repackaging them.
I
You
get.
remember the pre-show match they had for the pay-per-view not last week but the week before, right? It was great.
Oh yeah, that was such a shocker. Like to see them. Like they just showed
Right.
up.
Oh, here's
Oh,
JD
JD
Drake.
Drake.
Man,
He's
he's
gonna
cool.
be
I
just
like
in.
him.
I love
Wait,
him. I love him. I love him.
don't
I
tell
love the
me he's here for a
Workhorseman.
match.
I hope they are doing something with him. He looks different.
Very interesting.
In another world, I could see him and
Lee
oh
Johnson. Lord have mercy.
Johnson's getting this.
Wait a minute. I mean, JD don't even look like he's ready to be in a ring for anything.
They
He
say
got
it's a new
cowboy
look.
boots on with
Well, he
joggers or
knows.
something.
He knows. Like, why are you gonna get dressed up when you're just getting punked out? Like, if I know,
Man.
I'll be like, all right, I'll come.
Hey, Mr. All Days Off, how are you? You guys, I'm also live on the Hardcore Sports Network as well. Please go over and subscribe. We got Mitch in the house. Says, hey, what's
Hello,
up? How
Mitch.
are you, Mitch? Do, do, do.
I'm guessing that's the
All
basketball
right.
player. Don't know. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Robert says Lee Johnson, aka Mr. Hart.
And it's appropriate. It's okay.
Did you
Ain't
ever
no
see their
lie.
wedding pictures? It's so nice.
I haven't.
So nice. I know people don't
I
necessarily
remember
care
when it
about that type of
happened, though.
stuff, but
Check.
Yeah, she took some time off.
How bad? Do we know how bad Julia Hart's injury is?
We'll see depending on how quick that match is going to be at the pay-per-view because she didn't really do anything last night. We'll see. I really do think
Oh yeah,
that
she didn't do much last night.
I think she like choked out Adam for like 2 seconds and then she put Willow in a heartless. I don't think she did
Oh, that
anything
was
else.
the biggest one. Yeah.
And they end up taking the win with that. So yeah, I definitely seen Willow taking the win so that they can run this Willow and Mercedes thing. I cannot believe Mercedes is they're waiting for
I
the
really
next
wish we could
pay-per-view.
let her wrestle. I don't know. I've never seen her wrestle. Sorry,
Who,
a little
Mercedes?
bit. Yeah, I've only seen a little bit with her, Willow, just a
Mm-hmm.
little bit. But that match ended quickly. But not quickly, but it ended prematurely. So I have never
Right.
really watched her wrestle. I don't know her. I know her from Star Trek. No, Star Wars, right? Star Wars.
She
She
was
was
in the
in
Mandalorian.
yeah, she was in that, and that's all
I
I know
mean,
about the
I could
woman.
recommend to watch some highlights of her from WWE. She
I kind of
only
just.
had a handful of matches with New Japan. Her
Mm.
first match with New Japan was with Io. I mean, not Io. Kyrie. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Her first match was with Kyrie when she went to New Japan. That was a really great match. I forgot which pay per view that was.
I don't think that was a fake out. I think they were working through something, but it came off well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait a minute. JD's boots. They look like cowboy boots, but they are actually wrestling boots. Now that I got a good look at them.
They
But the
look
rest of
like
this
rain
outfit,
boots.
yeah, kind of given like streetwear. He's like, hey, I'm taking an L. Do I need to dress up?
He's going to the club after this. He's gonna go drinking. Straight to the bar.
So Anthony Henry, you remember his partner who's been out with a
Love
broken
him.
jaw.
Yeah.
Um, he said that he's expecting to be clear by the end of next month. And he's
Okay.
already looking to take bookings for June or July. I can't remember which one.
I still don't get why they cut him.
Oh, I don't know. And I've been saying this that even though I enjoy him with JD, I really enjoy him when he does singles matches. He has something that I wish that Tony Khan would see, like what I see. You know what I mean?
There's such a chance to do more in Ring of Honor for his amazingly.
Ooh, Snake
Oh
Eyes. Not ooh. Ouch.
man, they could. Oh, he's such a beefy dude. I love him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
He's
a
great.
huge. I'm not the biggest big guy wrestler fan, but
Mm-hmm.
he's somebody that I've enjoyed since when he was in. Oh my god!
Those chomps are brutal.
Oh, I was thinking. Do you remember what group he used to be in? The Wingmen.
Oh,
Was it the
with
Wingmen when they were in Dark and Elevation?
oh wait, he wasn't with pretty
It
Peter
was
Avalon. Well, it used to be
Nick
pretty Peter
Nemeth, or not
Avalon.
Nick Nemeth,
Ryan Nemeth. Uh-huh.
Ryan Nemeth, Mister
Yeah.
Hollywood, Mister Hunk, Hollywood Hunk. I love his
Yeah.
theme. I love that theme. But
Oh,
yeah, I miss.
I have not seen him in the ring for a long time. Last time I saw him was when Nick made his first appearance at New Japan. They were just sitting out in the
Mm,
crowd, and but I have not seen him in the ring. Man, if JD would have
mm.
sat on my chest, I know I'd be dead.
Oh, be flat. I'd be a pancake.
Ooh, beautiful spine
Mm.
buster.
Woo!
Okay, JD is on freaking fire, and watch Lee Johnson take the win. This is just wild.
Yeah, now if he does win, I'll be happy because you need parity. You can't have. I mean, you want people to when they come in a match, you're like maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. You want people to feel like there's a chance, you know? Sometimes I feel like Tony Khan banks on, well, this person's a baby face. You should believe that they're going to win. Oh, and speaking of that, there was a little bit of an uproar on X last night
Mm.
about how Orange Cassidy won his match against Shane Taylor. Like people were tweeting about why do they expect us to believe that Orange Cassidy would beat Shane Taylor?
Oh, I can get that. That's fine. He's done it enough. Hook shouldn't have beaten Shane Taylor. I'm sorry.
I agree with that
He's
one too.
he's like not even the size. If you don't want to think about the size, he's just so new, so young.
Right,
I
he's
mean,
inexperienced compared
yeah,
to
just
Shane.
say like Shane Taylor has been doing it for so long. He got him and he just used his smarts and like he just didn't win on a night.
Yeah,
You can do that.
yeah, and you know it's not 100% that Shane Taylor is bigger, but he's also stronger too. You
Yeah.
know,
It's
you
and
so like with an orange punch, I think he did like two orange punches, something like that. Um, can't remember how many, but people are like, yeah, why wouldn't he be able to beat him basically with a sucker punch to the face? You know what I mean? But I'm looking at
Mm.
Shane Taylor, I'm just like, I still don't buy it.
Mm. Well, a good supposedly, I don't know, but a good punch can supposedly knock out anybody,
Right,
or
right.
connecting and hitting a certain nerve will like shut a person off like immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he has that magic power, but for me, seeing him win with like 3 people against him, like what makes me a little more upset is like you have this team. They were
All right, Johnson with
very
a
nice,
let me.
very
Oh,
nice.
that that's
Got the crowd. He
Swerve
gets the crowd
stomp
into it.
from last
Oh,
night with Swerve onto the security guards was lovely.
ridiculous.
I played that thing over and over again, and I was just like, wow,
They
wow.
need to put that in the game. Oh no, 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 no. Oh.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
JD is rolling out the ring. He's like, I need a breather.
Oh yeah. So you have Shane Taylor production. They're not doing all that much.
Oh
Oh,
my
I love
God, you
this.
see how Lee Johnson left it? Oh my
I love
God.
that. I love that.
You see, now Lee Johnson should be knocked out cold right now, and JD should take the win.
I really hope JD gets it.
Okay, JD's going for a
Good
cannonball for
match.
sure. Oh no, Lee Johnson moves. Okay, Lee's going for the top rope.
What
What is his finisher?
pretty good crowd for Ring of Honor. Maybe with
This,
like the first match of the night.
yeah. I'm so glad this is not a
Oh,
squash.
oh, what's he gonna do? Yeah. At least it's a match, you know.
Oh man.
Mm, what's this gonna be? Sunset Flip?
Sunset bomb. I mean, he
Sunset Bomb.
barely put anything in it.
Yeah,
Whatever.
no, no, yeah. Like pull him down. Like he's a big man, but
I mean, this is the least. This little frog splash is no, bro.
good
What
match
is
though.
that?
Good match.
It was really great. See, this is what I'm saying too, because like even though we knew JD was gonna lose,
Is that his
he
finisher?
performed really well. That frog splash, you're gonna have to work on that, bro.
Oh my god,
More like the
we give
tadpole
him a lot of
splash.
respect. The frog splash that what's that guy's name? The pretty boy influencer in WWE right now.
Pretty
Paul.
boy influencer.
Is it Jake or
Oh,
Logan?
Paul, Logan Paul.
I don't care about him. I don't care. But yeah, his
I'm not a
frog
fan of these
splash.
guys.
That frog splash, that was lovely. I was walking in when my grandmother was watching it, and like I was like, okay, all right.
Let's see. Robert says if so. Wait, hold on. I must have missed something. I would say, would you be interested in getting some indie wrestlers on your show? If so, you should get Shaggy Stone and Zakaria Cutter on your show. Look them up when you have time. Okay, I can look them up. Robert also says my feelings on Russo aside, he booked Bret Hart right in WCW until Goldberg injured him. Mr. Aldezaba agrees. Robert says, Jamar, are you thinking about having your own YouTube channel?
Well, for wrestling, yes. Actually, opened it up today, and I'm looking for someone to help me with logo work. If anybody knows Photoshop, please find me.
Oh, bro, not me.
it's a
Not
lot.
me. Our zombie Abaddon's in the ring.
Allison
I
Kay's
don't.
been around before, hasn't she?
Oh yeah, Allison's been on many times. Not signed. I don't know if she signed somewhere else though. Abaddon's biting.
Ah, Abaddon. Oh, I think I told you. You can have a wrestler have like 5 or 6 titles. A female wrestler and a person in a female's division can have like 6, like just draped all over your body.
Hmm.
My ever champion is Abaddon. I love when they come out with all the belts. Just it's really cool.
Yeah, we haven't seen Allison here in a while though. Abaddon, they come not all the time, but here and there. But I'm glad
Mm.
Abaddon's getting some booking because it's
I,
been a while since they've been
I
really consistent with Abaddon.
I was so worried once they got the injury, shoulder injury. I thought
Mm,
you might not see them anymore.
yeah, I think Abaddon was injured for close to a year, I want to say.
Mm. I don't know if you've seen Abaddon. Oh, I I love Abaddon's old like fishnet gear thing. This is also
Uh,
pretty nice. I
hmm.
have to admit.
Well, Abaddon has been on, I don't want to, well, not necessarily weight loss journey, but just being
Like
more healthy and
big,
fit.
yeah.
So Abaddon's been like really showing that a lot on social media. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Abaddon's um uh she has some really amazing pictures to where you'll just be drooling over.
Oh wow, yes, no, I'm a fan.
Even with
I don't,
even with all the makeup on too.
I was oh, I'm fine. I've been enjoying it. But yeah, Abaddon's talking.
Oh, knee to
Uh,
the face.
oh, that's it. Black Dahlia.
Well,
They have the one where they're posing and you see
this
the
is
back
really
view.
short.
Yeah.
Oh no, Allison is really great. For anybody who's never seen Allison in the ring, I figured we'd get, I don't know, I could have gotten 5 minutes from these two. Too short to me.
Yeah, they
But
may
yeah, what
just
were you
be
saying?
building Abaddon up. Oh, the one recently where Abaddon shows the improvement from the first picture, which I remember. You've
Hmm.
seen it. It's the one where she has the sorry, they have the heart on the over the butt,
Yes.
and then like the
Oh,
one that's showing.
here's Taya Valkyrie. Those are some huge glasses.
Oh,
Oh, I think Taya Valkyrie and I was gonna say John Morrison, whatever John he is, they had an interview with Chris Van Vliet. I
oh
saw one
yeah,
little
I
clip
have
from
been.
it, but I didn't get a chance to see the whole thing. It looks interesting.
I saw them talking a little bit about the Johnny Loves Taya show and how it came
Hmm.
about.
Well, Taya was just dismissing her, like Lexi, get the heck out of here. They're so funny, sometimes they're a little bit more relaxed with the promos in Ring of Honor, and it's a little bit more fun to watch in comparison to like Dynamite or Rampage. It's interesting. Oh well, here comes the Iron Savages. They are so cool. One thing that I do enjoy about the Iron Savages is that they are big on crowd participation. They are big
Mm.
on making the crowd feel like they're a part of the match. And a lot of wrestlers don't do that. They just have a match and leave. Okay, Mr. Aldito said, "What happened to Nyla?" You know what? I was
Mm.
wondering. I asked myself if I should talk about it because people could just be really immature. Long story short, I think it was December. AEW was in Oklahoma. They had a show. Nyla Rose wrestled there.
Oh, this doesn't sound
Um,
good.
Nothing. Nobody thought nothing of it. However, recently, Oklahoma Sports Association, whatever the hell they're called, said they just found out that Nyla Rose is transgender, and transgender athletes cannot perform against what would be the opposite sex. So because Nyla was born male, Nyla cannot go against a female. And I'm just like, so y'all realize this all these months later, and now you guys are complaining? And they had sent a warning to Tony Khan that the next time they come to Oklahoma, Nyla better be in the, if she's going to perform, she needs to be in the ring with a man or don't perform at all.
Really? Huh.
They said that Nyla was being deceptive because on her wrestling license it said female and not male.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Oklahoma. You know, when I went to Oklahoma the first time, I learned they had chicken shit in their water.
What?
They have chicken shit in water. Like every year they had an issue, and like they don't, like New York City has wonderful water, but we have like all of our aqueducts and everything. Their system was a little bit antiquated, and like one of the things I learned is like boil the water. It's got chicken shit in it. But like Oklahoma is such a like. I think of Tulsa. I've only been to Tulsa, so I should say. But it's such a, it's just a shockingly backwards place. Like
I'm
government
not
thinking.
surprised about it. I'm not really surprised about it. I don't know why they had to go public with this. Why didn't they just reach out to AEW and say, hey, you know, in the state of Oklahoma, you know, you can't do XYZ. You know, y'all publicly put this out here to what, shame Nyla? Let me just say this. This is my opinion. Wrestling is not like the Olympics. If it was like, I do consider myself an ally to LGBT. However, do not agree with transgender athletes getting in those spaces. Like, let's say someone who was born male who now identifies as a female. I don't think it's fair for them to compete with women. I really don't. From a biological standpoint, they just have advantages over women. But wrestling, it's not the same. This is a predetermined sport.
Yeah, it's not. It's not real.
It's not the same. So I don't know what they're tripping about. If this was the Olympics, then I would actually agree.
Well, in wrestling, there used to be a guy who used to have a power of his cock and like flip people over with it. Like, it's not real. You got Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy's shtick. It's not like you couldn't do that if you were. Actually, I wonder if you could do that in UFC, like be all slacker, like come in and pretend. But you get the knock the F out as soon as it started.
Right. Absolutely. That's a huge distraction. You want to get in and win. But with wrestling, it's different.
There was one boxer. His name was Prince Nassim. I don't know if anybody out there remember that guy. Crazy. He was a British guy. He had a bit of a smaller stature. And he was so good at weaving. Like, he was a slacker. He'd come in and just be like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And then like, he had a lot of power. So he would literally, that was Orange Cassidy. I'm going to find him. Like, I used to love watching because he really would come in. He'd be all like cool and slick. And he would win by basically letting people try to hit him. And he would slide around and then like just knock them out.
So far they haven't taken us to Titty City yet. That's not something I came up with, you guys. This is an Orange Savages thing. Oh, never mind. Here comes Titty City.
Oh, swerve, bro.
Ew! Look what they did with the camera and everything. That is funny. Oh man, the infantry is great. But just to go back with the whole thing with Nyla, the past day or so, everybody's been showing support towards Nyla. And like I said, AEW, And the women there in AEW, they are fine with getting in the ring with Nyla. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and the weird thing is like the opposite is kind of true in AEW. It's like it would be such a freaking incorrect and weird thing to see Nyla like fighting someone in AEW. It's not part of, if it was like an indie scene, I've seen Willow fighting men all the time. I've seen like all of
Right.
them really fighting intergenderally, but it's just not an AEW thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think it's
Oh,
really unfortunate because I do believe that whether a person is transgender, whatever it is that they identify as, they should be able to perform when it comes to sports. But I do think that there should be restrictions against performing against other people. But like I said, wrestling doesn't, it's not the same.
and I just realized they don't say intersex. They say intergender, and like by definition, it's totally different concept.
Right. Well, intersex is something different already,
Yeah, yeah.
which is why they use intergender. But I mean,
Oh,
it's really interesting. And, it's nice to see Infantry. Man, they're a really great tag team. I was really bummed out to see they didn't really make it further into the tag tournament.
mm.
We'll see what
Oh,
happens on Sunday.
that was, I still just, oh, the stink of that freaking House of Black match, man. I mean, thankfully, like AEW, ROH, they're in like two different bizarre worlds, but
Uh-oh, someone's coming out. Who's this?
oh, okay.
The Premier
Wait,
Athletes.
where's the third?
Okay. They're sending these three monsters to go against the Infantry 3-on-2. What?
Ooh,
Okay, so who's that in the ring? That is Josh Woods and never mind. All three of them got
I'm
in.
so confused.
Dalton Castle.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, what is this? It just feels so weird. They're just throwing people out. All right, Dalton Castle is in a really strange getup here. Is he wearing slippers?
Wait, what's going on?
You guys, we're at that point where things are getting weird on Ring of Honor. It happens. What
I'm
is Mark
okay with this
Briscoe?
though.
What is
I'm
Eddie
okay.
Kingston doing here? What is this?
I don't know, but it looks like gang warfare.
It looks like half the roster. What, Brian Keith?
I like
Lee
this though. Like they need to
Johnson.
get everybody out here for the Nice Boys.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
But it's
Literally, all these wrestlers are in the ring to go against three? Like, what is this? There they go, being a little bit messy here.
yes, messy. That's the
Oh
only
my
thing
God,
about this. It's
Tony
messy.
Nese. Lord have mercy, Tony has been in that gym. The hard work has paid off. All right, but this is okay. Now Josh
I,
Woods has Tony Nese. Has Dalton slippers in his hand. All right, I think I see what they were going for, but this got really messy.
oh, and that's
And
something.
kind of confusing too. Too many people came out just to send a message to the Premier Athletes saying, "Hey, we know you guys are this new trios thing. Y'all been repackaged or whatever, but you're not gonna come out here and be bullies." Oh, ballet dancers
But
in the
then,
house. What's going on, ballet
hello,
dancing?
hey, it's it's it's.
Oh, okay. Mr. Aldesaw said David Harbour is the guy you're naming from Stranger Things. He plays Santa and Violent
Harbor, huh?
Night, ironically. Um, Tomorrow there's no Rampage, right? I heard that Rampage
No,
was
I
gonna be
someone
on,
mentioned that the Collision and Rampage are together.
right, because this is gonna be my Friday night movie. I got uh the Violent Night ready for Friday night, but I haven't confirmed about the whole Rampage thing because I don't know. I just heard somebody talking about that the other day.
Who is that? Layla? No.
Layla Gray is in the house.
No!
These,
Get the F out of the house! What?
okay, she's teaming up with Taya and Diamante. Okay. That's definitely the heel team. We haven't seen Layla in
I think
so
Layla
long.
is from New York.
Oh,
I think she's from New York.
oh, she might be. I'm not sure. But Layla, I know she's been in OVW. I don't know if she's still with them.
Oh, I hope she's been getting in reps. That was so sad. She had that little thing. She was the last survivor when Jade had her. What does she call those girls?
The baddies.
Oh, the baddies. The baddies. Yeah, like, but Layla Gray was the last survivor of that whole thing. And then Jade leaves and, like, Layla just disappears.
Mm-hmm.
I
Nothing
don't
really
think
came
she's the
out of it
greatest.
because Red Velvet was there. Kiara Hogan was in that group. There go
And they had
Kiara
that,
right
like,
here.
little confliction. I forgot if it was Kira or do you remember Kira or Red Velvet
It was
that was
Red
unhappy?
Velvet, and they pretty much put her ass out the group. I think she might have been injured during that time. Okay, so it's Kiara teaming up with Layla Hirsch and Trisha Dora. Trisha Dora,
This
oh my
is
god.
so random,
I think
but I'm here
Trish
for it.
has the worst wins loss records with the women.
Mm.
I
And she's
do
been
believe
around
that's the
so
case.
long. I was flipping through Ring of Honor episodes and I was like, oh my god, that's Trish! I was like freaking out.
Trish always lose. I cannot remember the last time I seen Trish win a match. Oh, we got New Japan ref in here. That's interesting. He's coming to get his check too.
Yeah, that first match must have been the first match of the night. Like,
right. So, if you've ever been to one of the shows where they do the Ring of Honor tapings, sometimes they do start where the match. What's the match we just saw? Where the crowd was pretty full. That might have been like
Scotty
sort of like a
and
dark
Solo.
match.
Yeah.
Before they actually started Collision, and then after that they'll film the rest of the show.
Yeah.
So then throughout the show you're going to see the crowd look smaller, or they'll darken the crowd so much that it just looks like they're wrestling in front of nobody. So they got to go back to Orlando. I think a smaller intimate crowd I think is great.
Or even if they did, like, maybe, I don't know, like Daly's Place, or you know, I don't know if they still do the one in Pennsylvania where ECW used to tape. I don't know if that's still around, but like just somewhere where they can get that nice setup.
Orlando's a good place, you know. They're in Florida. You know, there's a lot of wrestling promotions. There are a lot of wrestlers live out in Florida. I think they can always have a great crowd because what they were doing before was they would tape 2 Ring of Honor. Okay, like they would dedicate one weekend to taping 2 shows on each day. So they have a month full of tapings for Ring of Honor.
Oh, really?
That's how they were doing it.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they'll have a show early afternoon, and then later in the evening they have their next show, and they'll do the same thing on Sunday.
That's not bad, but then you need Ring of Honor to be just Ring of Honor, because then it'll get messy if you're trying to bounce people back and forth from AEW.
Yeah.
I heard WCW, like when they brought in their new, I think it was Thunder, their Thursday night show, like they had a problem with that. Like lots of their shows were taped and the Nitro was live, so they had that weird conflict.
Well, they needed to have Nitro live. That was the way that they were going to have to compete with WWF. Because remember, WWF was not live at one point. They were taped. And that was an advantage for WCW, who would also end up leaking out who won and who lost for WWF. So Vinnie Mac was just like, all right, we're going to have to go live if we really want to compete with WCW. But with them doing, yeah, she does look great. You know, I don't know like I said, I remember she had a women's title in LVW, but I don't know what's happened with her since. They brought her like randomly to go, I think against Red no, not Red Velvet. I think Kiera Hogan one night, and she came out with Mark Sterling. And I was just like, "Oh, okay, that's cool," because Mark Sterling was with the baddies too. And that was a
Oh wow,
one-time
I
thing.
remember that. That was so a while
Mhm.
ago. Oh, I
Yeah.
remember that.
I really don't want to see Trish lose because I mean she's in a group right now, so the possibility is a little bit higher than if she was doing a singles match, which is unfortunate. But Trish is really really great. She's also been wrestling in New Japan as well, so you'll see her on some of those shows too.
This match feels like a Dark Elevation match, which is what it is, but it reminds me of those old days when you would just see like Emmy, Nyla Rose, and another heel versus like whoever, like Ruby Soho,
Hmm.
and like whoever the faces were on a thing,
It's just randomly put together.
which is okay. Just
All
like
right,
I
Kara
used
gets
to
tagged
enjoy
in.
Dark Elevation because at least the groups were similar. So I'm curious if they're going to
Hmm.
keep this going.
No,
That's a very good
they
neck
won't.
breaker.
They're not necessarily consistent with how they book things. It's
Uh,
unfortunate. I don't know.
well, how do you
Uh,
feel? Do you think that it's changed since the pay per view? Has it?
well, they started making a really big difference with the women's division when they was before they had the tournament for the TV title. And I don't know if you got a chance to see all the tournament matches, but that's when they really started cooking up with the ladies. And I was just like, you could really feel the difference, and it felt like women's wrestling was more important in Ring of Honor for a while. The tournament is over, and we're back to random stuff. Unfortunately.
It felt like to me before the pay per view, like right before it felt like they were going back to like randomish stuff, and then
Hmm.
and now we're here. So
Oh, Taya might take the win.
thank you, Layla. Smack her around.
And Layla, oh my gosh, Layla was Rampage, I think, the other night.
Oh, sorry.
Layla is just a beast. She
That
went. Who did she
suplex
go against? Was that with Serena or no?
on Rampage.
No, I'm tripping. Layla went against somebody the other day. Can't remember.
I can only think of Selena. I can
I
only
was
think of
thinking it was
Deebs.
Serena. All right,
Oh, I
Layla
like how she's
recovered.
like, yeah, kicking into the pin, trying to push her down.
Mm-hmm.
Layla's working.
I don't want to see Trish be the one to get
Oh,
pinned either. Okay, no, Trish tags in Layla. So now we got both Laylas in the ring.
mm. Layla, got me on my knees, Layla.
Oh, I thought she was gonna take the win right here.
Mm.
Why did she tag in so quickly?
They have an idea? Oh, hey.
Oh, Taya Valkyrie said no teamwork. All right, Layla Hirsch go for a baby dive. Oh, nice lariat.
Harriet
With
Tubman?
she calls the
Harriet Tubman.
lariat Tubman, which is I think pretty clever.
Wonderful. Oh, Layla took the pin. Makes sense.
Okay, so Kiera Hogan pins Layla Gray. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so the baby faces took the win. So I mean, that's a win for Trish until she has to do a singles match. Then that would not be the case.
Yeah.
Oh, Bella Dancer says I've never watched Stranger Things, but I heard it was pretty good. Yeah, I'd say give the first season a try. I think you would enjoy it. King
Is it a
Leo's in the
first season show?
house.
You wouldn't
No,
say like it picks up after it starts strong?
I think it's interesting, but it gets stronger. So they'll definitely grab your interest, but it just takes a while to get stronger. You could definitely make it through first season.
Hmm.
Okay, we're still on this stupid storyline with Griff
I
Garrison,
thought it
Cole
was
Carter with
over.
Serpentico's man. Like, what is this?
I thought it was over. I thought it was over.
Griff Garrison is fully into this heel energy. I love it. Oh, he's going against Mark Briscoe of all people. I'm like, what?
Has any who has won one of these proving ground matches?
I can't think of any.
Because if you like, then just don't do it. Like if
That's
you're
what
not gonna
that's
have
what I feel
someone
too.
win,
Because AEW does the Eliminator thing. Well, no, that's not a
mm,
proving ground, is it? It's
the
like a
like they
proving ground thing too,
yeah
right?
they seem to have it, but the like proving ground. I think the only difference is proving grounds. If you make it to a certain point, you still get the match. But in AEW, I think you have to win, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
Like
so
Ring of Honor, you
Ring of
can
Honor,
survive.
you have to last 10 minutes and or right, you can survive the 10 minutes. Oh, wait. The infantry did that the other day with
Oh, did they? Oh, that's right. Yes,
infantry.
yes.
That's the only one I
And
can
that was
really
a
think
good
of.
one. That was great. That was
Right, infantry
wonderful.
with Undisputed Kingdom. They actually last the 10 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, I remember.
And what I like is that they don't like, shout out like how much time they've done, like how they do in New Japan. So you're watching the match and they have the last 10 minutes, but you don't even realize that 10 minutes has passed by the time they ring the bell. You know what I mean? So I
Well,
like that.
that's what I liked about that match. It was oh, I think I was watching when you were watching, but we were like really into it and it just ended. And I was
Yeah.
just like, yeah, all right. Give me a little bit more of that actually.
Let's see. King Leo says, "What's good, Tati and Jamar? Hello to the chat."
Hey.
Robert says, "Yo, Tati Jamar, do y'all think WWE should be doing crossovers or not? With who? It depends with who. I know a lot of people have like dream matches that they would like to see or whatever, but if they're not going to be, I don't know. Like I don't know. Them putting other people over their stars it just seems really difficult for me to see them doing.
Mm,
Let's
mm.
see. King Leo says my energy is here right now. Robert says, King Leo, how you feeling tonight? King Leo says, hit that like button if you haven't. Right. What are you waiting for if you haven't hit the like button? Bella says to King Leo, did you take your medication today? Leo says, I am exhausted, like super drained. Got to do a week with the kids.
Not Bebe's kids. Bebe's kids.
Oh, man. King Leo says, I like
Oh,
Baby's new gear. Belly Dancer says, Hook probably couldn't beat me. I think, if Hook would have had some time, going from indie promotion to indie promotion, he would have learned a lot more. Nick
well, think about
Camarado, he is very hairy.
I miss when he was shaving for a little bit. He's tried to find. He's a he's a wrestler. I feel who has tried to find like a thing for himself. He's
Hmm.
tried different gimmicks. If anybody's been paying attention to him, it's just I don't think
He
he gets enough
has.
time to try.
He's another one with. I can't remember last time I ever seen him win.
I miss his old like lollipop kind of like Guido look, but
Yeah,
this
the
is
Guido look. Yeah.
this hairy caveman. Oh, I was thinking Griff Garrett. If I was repackaging him, unfrozen caveman.
What?
Unfrozen. Although I guess he might be a little bit better. But I was trying to think of Encino Man. I was trying to think of Griff Garrett as like one of those
Oh.
old '80s characters, and
Hmm.
like Encino Man was one. Like
Have
I could
not
see it
seen
trying
that
to do something
movie
like
in a long, long time.
that. I would hate for anybody to do a Pauly Shore character in wrestling.
Oh no, no, thank you. Oh man, so this match is interesting because you got two relatively big guys. I mean, Nick
Mm,
is in really great shape. You know
yeah.
that. Oh my god, that is. I mean, what is a step above a bitch slap? Like that was. Probably hear
Oh,
that in the parking lot.
I still don't know about his mask though.
Well, I mean, his mask is
Oh,
slightly different from when he was going by the Black Taurus, but it's pretty much the same. Three already. Damn. Didn't the match just started?
they're big beefy guys. They were going to last
Oh my god.
10
Like if
minutes
you
of
see
the
him on Instagram, well, he doesn't show his face on Instagram, but man, he looks amazing. Amazing without the mask on. Okay, so they're
What do you
showing Athena and Red Velvet from Battle of the Bells. I was so surprised to hear that Athena was on the show. I was like, oh, finally.
what do you think? Like people keep pointing out for whatever reason that no AEW belts was on Battle of the Belts, although it's not labeled. Actually, right here, this is actually bad. It does say AEW Battle of the
No, they
Belts.
were.
Well,
Wasn't
they
the
said Ring of
international title
Honor.
on the line?
Well, it wasn't on the line. It was the Eliminator match,
Was
and
it
then
really?
yeah, yeah. Why? Why?
I did
And
not.
then
I didn't realize that.
the other one.
The FTW title. Tony Khan, get rid of it. You're not doing anything with it. They're gonna leave that thing on Hook forever. And speaking of Hook,
Hmm.
that thing with Hook and Chris Jericho was so
Oh,
forced. It
it's
was
just
so bizarre.
I'm pretty high on AEW, right? I'm just high on AEW. That like just Jericho, stop, like stop, man, like
Absolutely. Oh, and then they were talking about Jericho on X, and um, I don't really know where this came from, but they were saying that Chris Jericho should go to the WWE. He'd be much better over there, and I'm just like, okay, please, somebody come get him. I will
doing
pack his
what?
bags.
They're not gonna do anything with him
Bro,
over
I
there.
don't care what he does in WWE. I'm over it with him in AEW because it just seems like he attaches himself with
Be a
a younger,
producer.
talent, and there's no payoff for those guys.
Oh, can you imagine him going to NXT and all the young people just like come
No,
flying towards him? He starts
can't
leeching off
imagine.
their powers as he gets stronger and stronger, like takes over NXT.
Oh, and then speaking of someone who always loses, Lady Frost is here. So amazing in the ring. And unfortunately, okay, maybe Lady Frost might lose more matches than Trisha Dora. Maybe. Um, so so talented.
Oh, I love that. Poor crowd.
And you can see the
Sorry, poor
crowd now
wrestlers.
is so much more darker now.
Yeah.
This has to be like quite some time after they finish film
I don't know who this
for
is, but I'm
Collision.
loving this woman. She's really
Oh,
playing up to the
Marty
crowd.
Bell.
Yeah.
I I think she's a Texas wrestler. Marty, I think I've seen her in Ring of Honor.
I'm not your mom.
I don't see her winning this though. Let's see if Lady Frost can finally get a win.
It's so sad when you hear like individual people speaking. Like, that's not what a crowd's supposed to be.
Right. That's why I always say, like, when I go to wrestling shows, I just can't be quiet. It's so weird for me. I gotta be making some noise. Like, you pay money to be here. Why y'all quiet? Unless the show sucks, then boo them, I guess.
Oh, there's so much you can do.
I always feel like no reaction is just worse. When you don't react at all to something, it just looks as if you're. I mean,
Oh,
booing is not that great either, but no reaction, not good.
she just mouthed off to a little kid.
Oh yeah, she is definitely playing into being a heel here. You see what I mean? Look at Lady Frost. She's so talented. Lady Frost was representing AEW and CMLL during that whole little fiasco that we had with BCC and those guys. She's been in Mexico, so that's where she's been. What's the reason why we haven't seen her in a little bit?
Oh no, mamita. Did you see the I really like her. Did you see the BCC match down there? I heard very good things about it.
I didn't see the whole thing. And it's interesting because I mean that arena was packed. There probably wasn't an empty seat in there, and it was a CMLL versus AWBCC thing. But everybody's marking out over the AEW guys. This is John Moxley we're talking about. Bryan Danielson, Claudio. They love these guys.
Makes sense.
They lost their match.
Well, it makes sense.
I forgot to mention Matt Sydal was in there, so he was the one that got pinned. You think John Moxley and them is gonna get pinned? Yeah, right. They brought Matt Sydal because
it doesn't matter.
Wheeler Yuta was advertised for that, but he didn't get cleared. So just to let you know, a lot of these girls are not signed with AEW. Lady Frost, I believe she is. Marty definitely isn't. So you'll see a lot of girls randomly come in to go against the Ring of Honor girls. Okay, Lady Frost might win. Never mind.
I wish they had a crowd to work for. It's so painful.
I mean, both of these girls are doing really great. So, but I do see Lady Frost taking the win for this because, like I said, she's the Ring of Honor girl in the situation. But at least it's not a squash.
I feel like we've moved back to the little thing you kept warning King Leo about. Like he came in at a wonderful time when like things were really like cracking and going, and you're like, oh, where were you like a week ago? And I felt your pain. I felt your pain.
Yes, for those of us who've been watching Ring of Honor since the beginning, I mean, the beginning started out great, then it got weird, and then it got not good. And I kept saying, I don't know if I'm going to keep covering this shit. But when King Leo started getting into it, he came in at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Absolute perfect time. Lady Frost with the win. Finally, I have not seen her win something. I can't even remember the last time.
It wasn't the cleanest match, but I appreciate it, and I see they work so hard. It's gotta be hard when you're performing and you're like looking for the reaction, working for the reaction, but then like don't have the people to pull it from, you know.
Yeah.
But still, it was an okay match.
So my assumption is, even though the match can be good, when the
Mhm.
crowd doesn't watch Ring of Honor, can't connect with the people that's in the ring, that's when they end up being more quiet. Oh my god! I mean, Nick Camarado has more hair on his chest than his head.
I like that the
Uh,
catchphrase.
okay, Dark Order is coming out,
Have
and
you seen any of
there's
his
guys
skits?
already in the ring.
I haven't
Who?
been watching the.
Oh, the YouTube channel with Dark Order.
Oh no. Well, I know they've made that change, but that last guy we just saw, the preacher character.
Oh, he's only been on like two other times, and he's trying to recruit Nick to join him. I guess as a tag team or wherever the hell they gonna do.
Well, have you seen any of his like promo stuff on X or social media?
No, no.
No. There's like some video that Nyla Rose retweeted and really,
Hmm.
really liked from him. And I think Abaddon did as well. It's a pretty good little promo. I think he does his own stuff and mostly for the indie scene. So he
Hmm.
did something and it's pretty nice.
Okay,
It's
I'll check it
interesting.
out.
It's interesting.
All right, we got local talent in the ring that's gonna lose in like 2.5 seconds.
This
That's
is
great.
such a dark match, man.
It
This is
absolutely
like
is.
dark elevation. This is the epitome of that.
The other day, Evil Uno had like the best match on Ring of Honor. I'm just like, well, what universe is this?
Well, he goes. Evil Uno can go. I miss him and Stu Grayson, honestly.
Hmm.
I
The
think
other
when they
one,
split,
I
that
don't know
was
if you
around
remember
when
Alan Angels. He's in TNA. He's
around
over
that
there.
time when they did the split, I think is when the tag team division really started falling apart.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I hope Alan Angels is
Um.
good.
Mm-hmm. What are they chanting?
Something French.
This is from when they were in Canada.
Oh, it is. This is a wholly different thing.
What the hell? This is like 2 weeks ago, wasn't it?
You can tell because in their last thing, there's a guy with a mohawk who stayed for the whole time with his kid.
Hmm. Very interesting. I feel like they were there like 2 weeks ago.
So King Leo, this is what we were talking about. Just like matches from wherever put together to put a show together. This is what we had to live through. And I stopped. I
Yeah,
stopped. I blessed Tati because I thought
I was a
bless
sacrificial
your heart.
lamb.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it was at some point where you could just tell they weren't. You know what it was for
Honestly, I
me?
thought this match would be over already.
It was when they stopped doing the tapings at the where they were doing the dark and elevation. So I guess when they got rid of it and they just did it after the main tapings. Once I saw
Hmm.
them doing that, and I'm like, well, it's not unique. Why am I watching this with random matches
Right.
when like you just have AEW over there? Like
I agree. Okay, dude in the white shorts, those are female booty shorts. Like I know them when I see them. These are female booty shorts for
Got some
sure.
Daisy Dukes on. See the boy with the Daisy Dukes on.
Very interesting. I mean, Dark Order, I don't know. I honestly, I feel like they should just drop it.
Mm.
Just nothing that it can do at this point.
Even Negative Zero is hanging out at like WrestleMania. Like, come on, that's
It took the very next day for me to realize that he was in the ring with Cody and them. And I was just like, who is this little kid that's in the ring? Well, there was like two young guys. I remember
yeah.
y'all was saying it looked like Hook was in the ring, but then the younger one was Negative Zero. I mean -1, whatever it's called. I don't know.
I wish he wore his mask. I would have loved him just
Oh, they
pull
would
it
have
off.
never. They would have never. Because then people would have been like, "Oh, what a AEW wrestler." Well, he ain't even a wrestler either. But Tony Khan has promised him a, contract for when he turns 18. I don't even know if he actually practicing or whatnot.
Well, watch. We'll see. Whoa!
Okay. Well, I guess this is not a squash because these guys are local talent, and I guess that would be good for the crowd.
Yeah, maybe there's something special
But
in
the local talent, and
Canada.
they're being heels right now, and that's the thing too, because they haven't been consistent with Dark Order either about if they're heels or babyface. Because one match they are, the next match they aren't.
Oh, and we'll address it later.
Wonder how tall John Silver is.
When it gets 5'6".
Really? Okay, that's short for a wrestler.
No, I'm just guessing.
Compared to everybody else. All right, Evil Uno gets.
If anybody in the audience can let us know how tall he is, we do greatly appreciate it.
Wait, Evil Uno, he had that match with JD. That was really good.
I like Evil Uno. He's another big guy that I enjoy.
I guess. I'm not impressed. But he has improved though. And that's unfortunate because he's improved in the ring, but because the Dark Order have been repackaged, gone to hell and back a million times, I don't know what's left.
And the team is really like Hungy and oh, okay.
All right, the teamwork. All right, they're taking a win right here.
Hungy wasn't sure if he should get on there or not.
I mean, they're great as a tag team, but if they do something about they should just drop the Dark Order thing, I think. Do something completely different, still be a team. Evil Uno, you want to keep the mask, keep the mask. I don't know what you look like under there, but whatever.
Where is
You see, he looks so short hugging Evil Uno.
Where's 10?
Like a child. Okay, so 10.
What is it called?
Well, he's with LFI. He's just known as Preston.
Right.
Okay, there we go. The confirmation was looking for. So Collision and then what? Rampage after? Why not Rampage first, then Collision?
Two heavy nights on Saturday, Sunday.
They won't let us rest. All right, so see, this is what I'm talking about. Here they are showing the card for Dynasty, and they will never do this while we're watching AEW to show what's going on for Ring of Honor. And I always wonder, like, why?
Like, you
think that's the network that says that, hey, y'all can't advertise whatever's going on in Ring of Honor?
I would imagine. If it had to be anything, I'd imagine it's that. Because, like, who is watching Ring of Honor going, like, if you're watching Ring of Honor, you're probably going to watch AEW.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably, if you're invested in this, and it's such an AEW package already, you're like, anyway.
All right, let me get to these comments. We got M. Solomon who says, hey, Boo. Hey, Boo, what's going on? Belly says, shout out to the fam in Tulsa. Speaking of Tulsa, did you ever see the show called The Tulsa King?
I know of it, but I didn't see it.
It's great. And I normally don't watch stuff like that, but I actually like it.
Who is in that?
That's on Sylvester
It was just
Stallone.
mentioned recently. Sylvester Stallone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was just mentioned recently.
Try. I think you would like it. It's different.
I've heard good things. I've actually heard of it.
I think it might be on. Is it Amazon? Can't remember. Let's see. King Leo said if Dalton makes the infantry boys, I'm a
no.
No, thank you. We're good. Belly said that Dalton borrowed those slippers from Tony Storm. King Leo says laugh my ass off the slipper. The PA make it to the main roster before the infantry. Let's see. Tony
Prince
Khan
Albert.
loves to job Trisha Dora out when she is on the main shows. Hey, get it together,
Get
Tony Storm.
together.
That's a Tony Storm, Tony Khan. So I see her being jobbed out on Ring of Honor too. So if she's in a
I feel
group,
like
she's more
anybody
likely
that,
to
well,
win.
not anybody. Most people that go from Ring of
We're
Honor
already
to
on the main
AEW,
event.
they'll get jobbed out.
Here's our boy, Mark Briscoe. Oh, wait a minute. This is the title got a new design.
Oh,
Do you see the strap? What is that? Like camo or something?
why not?
Oh, he's moving too fast. I can't tell.
Yeah, I know, right? Why haven't they shown or given him or presented him with a new belt if that's the case?
Definitely
It looks different, like the
Okay, I think
camo
it
on the
is
back.
camo. I think it is camo. I'm not sure.
Camo leather.
Well, here is Griff Garrison getting a really great opportunity to go against Mark Briscoe. All he got to do is survive for 10 minutes. Prayers for Griff Garrison. Let's see. King Leo said Trish loses, we riot. Ballet says I'm with you. Layla on Layla. King Leo said Trish would I win for the first time in months. Yes, it's been months.
Look at this crowd. When did they shoot this? This is like a whole different night.
So that's what I was that's what I was thinking about too. But I can tell you, for someone who's been to these shows, they don't always air them in the order that they were shot.
Oh yeah, we're back. This is the Mohawk dad. So it was an earlier one.
So yeah, they definitely have a new title design. I heard that the 6-man tag titles were also had a new design too, but since we don't ever see the Bullet Club Gold, we definitely don't know what those look like.
I really think just get rid of the six man.
Yeah, 6-man title. Mm-hmm.
6-man trios. Get rid of them all. I don't think. Like I think I mentioned this. I'd like to see them bring in women tag and focus on the men's tag. Like just
Were you talking about for
get that division
AEW
going
or
again. Like both.
Ring of Honor?
Well, the women tag can be floating or probably Ring of Honor.
So, like, if they did women tag
Or
titles,
floating.
I'm kind of like on the fence with that because I do believe that will bring more opportunities for women to be in the ring. However, they would be putting a lot of random women together and just hoping these teams work. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan of random teams getting together.
They would have to build them, but there's some that are kind of like built in. You have like Mercedes
Mark took the
and
guy's hat.
the kid.
It wasn't even his hat. He gave the wrong. He gave the kid somebody else's hat. That's interesting. For a quick second, I thought he was going to say we're going in picture. That would have been funny.
Oh, would have been.
Oh man.
I think you would have broken a new keyboard.
This whole thing with the mask, Serpenticle mask, why is this still a thing? Like, Cole Carter trying to distract Mark Briscoe. Did he just blow Mark Briscoe a kiss? Oh man. Oh, but I'll tell you this though. Something that I've noticed with when they tape Ring of Honor, sometimes they would tape the main what will be the main event first. So that they have the bigger crowd, more people is there right after Collision, you know what I mean? And then everybody else can leave.
So then this is probably the first match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, yeah.
They want it to look like everybody's there. They obviously want a louder crowd, so the more people who's there, they'll tape that first, and then they'll
It's
put the other matches, and then when they air them, they'll put them in whatever order they want.
I think that was the benefit of King Leo watching is like there were a lot of complete episodes at that time.
Yeah.
Now we're getting them back to the Frankenstein episodes, and it's a weird thing when you have the crowd in out in out. You can it's like I don't know how even to describe it.
Mark Briscoe, full of energy, full of personality. I always enjoy him in the ring. You see Griff Garrison, he's made a lot of changes. You see he's improved.
No,
He looks super small though with Mark Briscoe. He's tall, but I see he's making improvements.
Yeah,
He's gonna really have to
improved.
work hard. Let's go Briscoe chance. Oh, nice slap to the face from Mark.
That was very good. It was not like they were waiting for. Oh, don't drink that! No, don't drink that! No!
Oh no!
Oh, he's gonna change into something horrible tonight.
One of those gasoline Ric Flair drinks. Drunk it. Oh Lord! Somebody check on Mark Briscoe.
Oh, poor Mark.
And that's the first time somebody did that because they always have those drinks on the table. I don't know if you ever noticed that.
I'm shocked he didn't like drink it and just be like, ah! Like spit it all out.
Oh man. Jay Driller. He's not gonna move from that. This is it. Nice knowing you, Griff.
Although, really, do you want to drink the drink that Chicken is drinking?
I mean,
I don't know. It'd be some like bathtub moonshine, make your eyes fall out type of drink. Like that's what he's used to. So that's nothing. He probably drinks that. It's like this is nothing.
Okay, so I see the title. It is like it's a camo design on the strap. I don't know if there's any other changes because he's moving too much, but I don't think that they actually have a video of them giving him this title. I do remember he unveiled the new tag title. So obviously Jay had passed away. While they still had the titles, he vacated the title, and then they had that. I think it was like a tag team ladder match to determine the new tag champions, and they made changes. So on the tag titles, it's the Briscoes on the plates. So it's a really cool design. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they changed them. So that's a new design for the tag titles. I'm pretty sure it's gonna stay like that forever. So pretty cool.
Remember who the first winners were for the first winners of the belts after that whole thing?
I want to say I think it was Penta and Ray Phoenix. I think Penta and Ray Phoenix were the one who won that. I thought it was going to be Dante and Darius, but that's the match where Dante broke his leg.
Got hurt? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thought it was going to be them. So maybe things were changed because of that freak accident. But I believe it was Ray and Penta that won it first. And then after that, I remember Aussie Open won it. And then for whatever
that's
reason,
right.
is when Adam Cole and MJF won it after that.
Which was a mistake. Not a mistake. Big mistake. It was fine at first.
No, it's a mistake.
Well, it was fine with them having it. They didn't show up. They never showed up. But if they kept it, did show up, fine. But then Adam gets hurt, MJF keeps the belt, then he does that 1-on-2 match, which an admittedly fun match, but still like it could have done something with it, kept it on, didn't do anything. And then what happened after that? No one beat him for the belt, did they?
Who?
MJF. They would have had to, or did he get somebody else to defend it with him? What
There was
happened?
I remember Samoa Joe helping him one time. I remember I think was it all no, was it no. Was it? I can't remember what pay-per-view it was, but MJF did defend it on his own too against the Righteous. And they
Mm,
should have given this sorry, given.
that's
They should have given the titles to the Righteous. Well, they should have had
yeah,
MJF lose cuz the whole thing with Adam Cole is I don't know. Yeah.
yeah. No, I
A lot of
agree with that.
questionable decisions was made
That would
during
have
the
been a
show.
fun match, but you could have just gotten a belt off of him, give it to the Righteous, and let him go back to Ring of Honor where
Right,
they at
because
least.
they would have actually be defending it over there. They're Ring of Honor guys, and MJF was never going to step foot over there. So, and you can see that never happened.
Oh, I still remember the possibility. It was like, oh, if we get MJF and Cole, it's so silly.
I did like the storyline with MJF and Adam Cole. I thought it was refreshing. It was fun. It was the only time I think I've ever had any slight interest with Adam Cole. He bores me.
Oh yeah.
Y'all might feel differently, but he bores me. Not that interesting to me.
I haven't seen his work, so I don't know. I've only recently watched his early Ring of Honor stuff.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, I kind of
He was
also
more
don't
interest
understand.
and more interesting there. I tell you, like all these Ring of Honor guys, like I know, like Ring of Honor, not a lot of people was watching it, but it was more popular, obviously back then. You know, the Undisputed Kingdom, Roderick and Adam Cole, Sami Zayn when he was El Generico, Kevin Steen, all these guys, I feel like were way more interesting in Ring of Honor than how you see them now.
Who is Seth Rollins? What is his old name from the indie scene?
Tyler Black.
Like his first
Oh, he's another one too. I
match,
mean, I do like him now though.
his first match or his first not match when he first came in, he was with somebody else, and they had this thing where I think it was one of the Briscoes being held up in the ring, and blood was dripping down as the guy was introducing Tyler Black. I was like, "Fuck!" Like, oh man,
Yeah.
that's so
So
messed up.
I mean,
Mm.
they do. So if you guys have the Honor Club, they do have like playlists so you can see certain wrestlers and what they were doing in Ring of Honor. I don't know if they have one for Tyler Black, but
They
just
do.
like
That's where I saw
they
it.
do. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
very interesting. Very interesting.
It's like 6 hours
Um,
long.
they can still do better with the Honor Club, to be honest with you. I mean, but it's $9.99. I'm not gonna trip.
The
But
interfaces and all that great.
no,
Hey,
no.
people in the audience, who has Ring of Honor? Who actually watches along? I'm so
Right.
curious.
I always wonder because we see everybody on the chat, but I'm just like, is anybody actually watching? I don't know. Let me see. Belly Dancer says, yeah, Trish says big and beefy. So can Lady Frost get a win tonight? Mr. Holiday says no, lol. Oh, we got Henny God in the house. So says waves in French. Belly Dancer says bonjour, Henny God. So I've always fun fact with French, after it is 12 in the afternoon, we do not say bonjour anymore. We say bonsoir, which is good night.
All
So
right.
even as soon as it's afternoon, it's night in French.
No,
Yes.
no midday. Huh.
No,
I like
no.
that.
And then I also learned that some Caribbean countries, they don't, even some of them that don't speak French, they automatically at 12 noon also say good night. Like let's say if somebody calls them, they'll say good night instead of good afternoon. It's interesting.
Mm.
Interesting. Let's see. Henny God says ballet dancer, omelette de fromage. Let's see, man, if they don't get Griff and Cole some new graphics, I mean, they could really make something out of Cole Carter and Griff Garrison, but I just always feel like, you know, Ring of Honor, it's a little bit of an afterthought for Tony Khan. Tony Khan got all this stuff going on with other sports and everything too. If he just let it, like, he can still own it and let other people just run it, that would be great.
I don't understand the desire. I mean, like, wouldn't it be a benefit to kind of spin it off and let it be its own thing-ish? Like, not spin it off, but like have it be something of, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just imagine if he really wanted it to have been on TV, that he would have made it a thing and just like let it be a thing, try to
He
sell
should
it as a
have. He
thing.
would have. He would have had an opportunity to have Ring of Honor on CW, and I think that would have been a really great opportunity for them. I think ultimately Tony Khan was like, "No, I want anything that's associated with whatever I'm doing to all be on the same network." But I don't think he didn't realize like how big of a deal it would have been to be on the CW, because is it NXT that's about to be on CW?
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
That's pretty good.
do you
That's
see what
very
I'm
good.
talking about? Like, WWE did not look at themselves as if we too big to be on the CW. You know what I mean? Tony Khan should have looked at it that way too, because CW is not a cable network, so more people have access to this channel, so more people could be watching this too. They could bring new eyes over to just wrestling in general. But now, unfortunately, well, I guess not unfortunately, but now WWE got that opportunity to have NXT on there. And I think that's going to really help NXT blow up some more. That's a
Mm.
missed opportunity for Tony Khan. I don't know why he
Oh
didn't
my
take that.
goodness. If you see the
Why?
ratings jump above Dynamite on NXT, it won't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. But it'll be
Mhm.
curious to see what the discourse is around it. I won't care. I won't
Yeah.
be a part of
Oh
it.
yeah, I think it's going to
I'll,
be different.
I'll let people talk about that stuff.
King Leo says Green Mohawk Bebop from Ninja Turtles is in the front row. See, Griff
How's that,
Garrison needs
Daddy?
some milk. King Leo said he's about to mutate. Okay, so like when I saw him pick up that drink, I was like, no way. You better
I
not open that.
hope his
Um
genitals don't fall off tonight.
Oh man. I did see the other day I saw somebody trying it out. Whoever this person had bought all the flavors. I think it's 3 flavors, something like that. And I guess they liked it. I guess they like it. I'm
Okay.
not really into energy drinks, so I don't
Mm.
know. I don't know. And I see they've advertised the website to where to get it, but I've never actually seen that in the store. Like, not even at a gas station have I seen this. And you guys know gas stations are always full of energy drinks. People always need energy drinks. I've never seen that at any gas station I've been to.
I've seen Mike Tyson branded weed sooner than I've seen anything from Ric Flair. And
Hmm.
that's just weird to me.
Have you
Well, not
seen the
weird.
videos of Mike Tyson getting ready for this fight? He's in
Mm.
pristine shape. Like, I mean, I'm looking at him and I'm just like, oh my God, like I'm blown away.
And
Blown
he's
away.
always had that ability,
Hmm.
just oh good gracious, if he hurts that white boy, there will be parades in so many different places.
Hey, let me tell you, I think people think that with age that people slow down and they're no longer in their prime or whatever, but that's not necessarily the case. You know, I I'm not gonna bet on it or whatever, because people say all the time that these sports are rigged or whatever. But
Mm.
if Mike doesn't win, like, that would just be absolute shocker to me.
Me too. And boxing being rigged is something. I used to like boxing. I used to like boxing until it just became too much. The
Hmm.
old who was the guy? You guys probably know that old guy, the black guy with the big Don King. Don
Hmm.
King. Oh, that. Oh man, he was a barker. I'm shocked he never got into wrestling himself.
That would have been pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, he's in some really great shape. And I'm just like, I mean, he is putting people who are like 20, 30 years younger than him into shame. He's just absolutely dedicated to what he's doing. And like I said, if he doesn't win, I'll be shocked. Absolute
Spe-
shocked.
Speaking of that, so reason why my day was so stressed, I got up this morning and I went to take care of my mom as I do, and like I'm like, okay, where is she? I walk around the house, like, okay, maybe she went out put the trash. Oh, the door's locked. No one did that. And I look around, like, oh shit, mom's not here. 102-year-old lady's not in the
Oh
house. So
no.
yeah, so like immediately, like I'm a type of person I will give myself maybe 30 seconds of freak, but this time I didn't. It was just like, what do? We got to figure this out. So go through the
Mm-hmm.
room, start making calls, call her long term nesting thing, call the police, let them know what's going on so they don't do that. Oh, we'll come, and then they come like the next day. And just going through stuff. The cops came. They went and looked at the
Oh
photos.
no.
Yeah, and I was like going through her things. I was like, oh, her money's still here. Like the jacket that she normally wears is it, and like all this stuff. So eventually, they find her, see her on the camera. They see her going out. She's got a jacket, and this time she actually has a cart because
Mm-hmm.
I found out that she had a stroke and that there's a lesion in the cerebellum, which can cause like her difficulty with her walking.
Oh
And yet,
no.
well, the amazing thing is like she went to the store, she did all this stuff. I'm freaking out. Like I go running up. I went to the store previously, but I went back up there again because I was like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, with all of this stuff, she's probably at the store or somewhere out there. Go up there. She's like going in her pocket to like give the woman her money, and I like walk up to her and I'm just looking right in her face, and I'm like,
No, that's scary.
ah, there you are.
I would be
Yeah,
stressed
and she's
out
like,
too.
I was shitting bricks, and like, and then she's just like, why? But then like she walked home, like the rest of the day, she's like doing her thing. She's 102, and like the thing is, when people come across her, they think she's like 70,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, and it's not until you
That's not
really
a bad
talk to her.
thing.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not until you really talk to her that you go, oh, okay. She'll repeat stories and different things like that. But she's
Mm-hmm.
so high functioning at 102. It's difficult because if she goes outside, everyone's just like, oh, normal person.
Right.
In fact, there was a construction group. I know they had to have seen her because they were right by the store. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, she's like 102. All of them. I'm like 102. She's like this
They didn't
tall.
believe
She
you.
walks with a thing, and they're like, yeah, man, it's just a normal. They were just out there. They just saw normal people, and we have
Right,
lots of old
right.
people, so they're like. But anyway,
Interesting.
age can be. We all grow older, but age can is just a number. It's just a number.
Right. I mean, everybody aged differently too,
Yeah.
you know. I would assume like someone like Mike Tyson definitely has, kept in shape all these years. Like he's been, an athletic person his whole life. When other people
Yeah.
are not really used to being in shape like that, um I guess you can say maybe they age faster, if that makes sense.
Mm. When they're not in
Um
shape or when they are in shape?
when they're not in shape, for
Oh
somebody who
yeah.
like people who don't live those athletic lifestyles.
Mm. Well, the interesting thing about grandma, she exercises every day, like calisthenics.
Oh.
Yeah, about 10, 15 minutes. She does like leg raises, and nothing crazy. Leg
Hmm.
raises, leg kicks. Like she'll like do the arm things, do a few push-ups, and
Hey, that's a lot more than what other people do. I
every
mean,
day. That's the thing. She does it every day. It's like part of her routine. And like she's fallen a few times, which is always the worry. But like she, when I bought her new bed, it was too high. It's not funny.
mm,
The first night, they can make 4-inch box springs or 6-inch box springs. So she had a 6-inch one and a 6-inch bed. And so it was just too high for her. So the first night she fell out and I heard it and I ran in there. I was like, oh, what's going on? She's like looking over the bed, like, yeah, I just fell. And I'm like, ah. So, check her out, check her out, check her out. But like the last time, she's just strong and fine, thankfully.
hmm
I don't
yeah,
want to test
thankfully.
it, but she's strong.
That's interesting. Belly says, no, I don't watch Ring of Honor. I like to hang out with you all. Aw, thank you, Belly. She says, tell that to my knee. It was aching right before the rainstorm. Oh, girl.
I don't know how that is.
Like how I was saying yesterday was my daughter's birthday, and like literally in the morning, I was just like, "Holy crap! I feel like I have an 11-year-old." You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I would like to work out at the gym. That would be great. That would be great. I used to work out heavy when I was in college. I was there literally
Oh,
um 4 to 5 days a week, and I absolutely loved it. And obviously, you get older, you're not so interested in doing things like that, but definitely want to get back in there. I could definitely use it for sure.
I went from like 280, maybe 290 pounds to I don't know
Whoa.
what. Yeah, when I was in college, because I learned nutrition and how to exercise. Like
Mm-hmm.
I took a great fitness class with a great professor. One of those professors, like people would get pissed off because it'd be like, this is a fitness class and yet you're failing me. Like, what are you doing? But she took it
Oh,
really seriously. And I learned so much and I
interesting.
like
Wait,
immediately
how
started
did
losing.
so from doing the like going to the gym and also doing nutrition, that's how you ended up losing all that weight?
The first thing was like I stopped drinking soda. That was like the first thing.
That's my
And then
weakness.
yeah, we were like in class, and she's like, "You do you know how?" Like, I think we tallied how much we drank, and then like she's like, "All right, now take that. You cut your calories." And like, all right, now imagine if you just cut that out. And we were all like, "Oh, not all of us. Some of us were like, oh fuck," and I just
Mhm.
stopped, and it was just like, it's one of those things. You take something out, and especially if it's high caloric, like it's just going to shift your body. It's just going to shift your
Right.
overall sense. So that was like the first thing. And once that happened, I was just like, oh, okay. And it was
Mhm.
amazing because I didn't go to college until I was 29. So a
Mhm.
lot of these things, which, I might not have even come across if I had just gone to college. But like at that time, I was trying to take every class I could. I was trying to like learn and I really was trying to apply myself. I failed out of high school and I hadn't really done anything in school. I was just always an underachiever. So
Mhm.
when I became 29, I was like, something had happened. I lost a friend, not lost a friend. A friend had found addiction, and I helped them
Mhm.
with that. And it made me think like I could do something more myself and yada yada. And so I pushed myself and I got into college, and I just wanted to learn. And one of the
Mhm.
things was like something like that. And I was like, I went 29 years and like fitness or sorry nutrition is such an important thing, and it was like, oh my, like you think back on what you miss out on, and it's just like, oh, I could have had that something that could have unlocked so much more, but that's just the
Right.
process of getting older.
Wow. Wow. For me, soda, I only drink like zero sugar drinks, so including soda too. Like the most I could probably do is like a whole week without it, and I'm just like, fuck it. I need soda. And it's all the foods that we eat. There's something addicting about those things, and it just
No.
makes you wonder, like, what's in this stuff? There's times like I question, like, especially with fast food, like, is this actually food? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just absolutely crazy. But people are so addicted to these types of things. Like when you see earlier how they were showing the premier athletes, Tony Nese, who doesn't seem to have an ounce of fat on that body. You know what I mean? That's total dedication. These guys are absolutely dedicated to being in tip top shape. I'm pretty sure there are things that they would like to eat too, but the stuff that's not good for you are absolutely addicting.
And they like they manufacture food to be that good. Like they have research and developments, and they yeah they breed it. They're breeding this food for us to make it like as delicious as it is. Or
I
I don't
agree.
even know if it's delicious. Sometimes it's just like, I mean, I guess, but it's just
And
like
they
a
made and
McDonald's
they made the
is so
food more
much.
accessible too. Now you
Mm.
got Uber Eats, DoorDash, and stuff like that. They're like, "Hey, be a fat fuck at home. Don't leave. We will bring the food to you." You know what I mean? And that's just absolutely why. Like, you have to have the discipline to just be like, "Yes, I like this, but no, I don't need this." You know? And
COVID in
it's
the US, I imagine, made that much worse for people. Better, but worse, you know?
right. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. And when we're talking about stuff like that, it takes me back to seeing all these tweets about everybody talking about Sheamus looks fat. No, he does not. He's not in the same shape, but fat, no way.
Yeah.
I don't see that at all. If anything, he probably was just enjoying his time off, wasn't working out. Oh, actually, I think he did tweet that he was expecting to make it back during the draft, and I'm not sure when is the draft supposed to be. I'm guessing that's in a few months' time. I'm not sure. But he ended up getting called up before then, and he wasn't in the shape that he was expecting himself to be in by the time he was actually going to come back to WWE.
Mm. Mm.
But fat, no, I don't see that. Not at
Oh,
all.
not at all.
And I know, like, to be a wrestler and eat healthy, getting in the ring, um, it can't be easy. Like I said, you got to be really disciplined to do things like this. I wonder when the draft would have been because I'm not sure, like, if he was going to be able to get any condition that he was in. Because he has the YouTube channel where he does the workouts.
Mm.
Have you
I
ever
don't.
seen any of those videos? I
I
think it's
no, I haven't
called
seen it.
Celtic Workout, something like that. I can't remember exactly. Very interesting. He works out with other wrestlers and I guess give advice and or whatnot. And it's interesting. So I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people thought, okay, he gained did he gain weight? I don't know if I would say that, but he's just in different shape, but still looks great.
It
Yeah.
seems like a definition thing more than anything.
Yeah,
It's like the
absolutely.
people that cut before they yeah, they cut down before they like do like shows like weightlifting, bodybuilding type
Hmm.
things, like to get that final definition. Like
Have you
they'll
seen
work and you see it, but
Jordan Grace, right?
the name sounds familiar.
From
Female?
TNA? Jonathan Gresham wife?
Oh, I don't think I know her. I
Oh
know the name
no.
though.
She came at the Royal Rumble.
What's the
She
name?
was a Jordan
Jordan
Grace.
Grace.
If you see her, you know
I can
exactly what I'm
watch that.
talking about because she does the bodybuilding competitions too.
Oh, I do know her.
And
Wait, TNA, right?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I do know her.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. When it's time for her to do competition, and a lot of people talk shit and say, "Oh, how your wife is in better shape than you," stuff like that. Um, it's just absolutely insane how you see the transformation where she already has that muscular build, and then she gets even deeper into it to get into these competitions, and it's wild. It's wild. Very interesting. We got Earl Cole in the house. Says good evening. Mr. Aldazar says congrats. So that's to you, Jamar, for losing all that weight.
Oh, thank you.
What's your tip for not being back at that number?
Oh, oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't.
You said
I can imagine.
290 was your highest.
I was up there like two. I looked like just a gorilla. I just looked so big. I have videos of me back then,
Mm-hmm.
and like I had a. Oh, it was after 9/11, and like I had kind of left my work. Like they were gonna lay the person. I was a middle manager at the time in like a tech company,
Mm-hmm.
and they were going to lay. There's me and the person working for me, and they're going to lay that person off. But I'm like, just take me. I don't think I have the heart for this anymore because we were still doing
Mm-hmm.
tech stuff. Like I knew people in the buildings, and like it was just rough. And we were still doing tech stuff, and when they had the makeshift hospitals and all that, it was just New York wasn't a good scene. So anyway, I asked him to let him keep his job. He was like a Korean guy with this really expensive wife. So he was always stressed about money. Always stressed about money, poor guy. And yeah, so like I had a few years where I just didn't do anything. I
Mm-hmm.
don't even really remember what my life was like. I played that was the time where I played a game, and I think around the time where Daisu Sekiro Nagasawa came around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that was 2000. Oh, my great granddaddy had just died at that time, and I learned he was my great granddaddy like after he passed away. And
Mhm.
my dog had passed like a month before he had passed, and so it was just a really rough time. And I just ate, watched TV, had a girlfriend, long-term girlfriend at that point. She was very kind, never really made me feel bad about it, didn't say anything
Mhm.
about it, just just loved me for me. And I just got bigger and bigger and bigger. So I know I could get back to that, like anybody could. I wouldn't. I still try to just drink water. It's a little rougher now because I do order out a bit more, especially recently. I've been very unhappy with it, but
Mhm.
I
That's
don't
why I said
know.
they make it more accessible now. So people just get lazy and just be like, I don't have to cook. McDonald's can come to me. You know what I mean? So
Mm,
it's interesting. So Earl says the draft is towards the
yeah.
end of April. So Sheamus was gonna get in shape to he wasn't gonna be in that great of a shape by the end of April. We're already damn near the end of April. Close.
And he may
That's
be
not enough.
is
That might not have been enough time.
well, he may be like that whole definition can be different than just being big. Like
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't like watch him. I don't know what his performance was. He's been away for a while. I don't know if he's been, keeping. Most wrestlers come back with ring rust, so I don't know. I don't know.
But did you see the picture? Well, there's a lot of Photoshop pictures to make him look worse. So I
Oh,
don't
I
know if you've
hope not.
actually seen. I would recommend to like I don't know find a clip from when he came back on Monday, and you'll see exactly how he looked like.
Hmm.
Um, so imagine from Monday until the end of April for him to get into similar shape to when he left. I don't want to say it seems impossible, but that's a very short amount of time to try to make that be an accomplishment.
And if it's just
So,
for I mean, like the bodybuilders, and by the way, Miss Grace, like
mhm,
showing off her thighs when she hit 1,700 calories and 160 grams of protein in one day.
wild.
Uh, yeah, but like she goes from like being, as you mentioned, she goes from being super strong, and then it's just for the look. Like when she does the actual performance, that's just a performance.
Mhm,
She's not stronger. She's probably weaker ultimately because she has to like make sure that she doesn't have any water weight and she sweats it all out. She has to make
mhm,
sure like she's just taking in protein for the most part. She's cutting, so she's going to be ultimately like weaker, even though she looks better.
right. Mr. Holiday says she looks like China. She's short. Like if she was taller, I would see it a little bit more. But yeah, definitely very muscular. I mean, I know a lot of guys don't really care for that in terms of like attraction. Um, but her husband, he's also a wrestler, also works out or whatever. So I mean, they do the similar thing, so it works out for them.
I love
Works
when
out for
guys
them.
are
But
like,
a lot of guys complain about that though, because they're just like they don't think like because let's be real, I really do feel like, especially towards like the late '90s, Vince McMahon kind of put out what he believes not just male wrestlers should look like. Well, even way before that, but female wrestlers should be, or ballet should be sexy, slimmer, not necessarily muscular and whatnot. So a lot of people look at women like China, or would I say Jacqueline would fall in that? I don't know.
Jacqueline
I
won't
don't.
fall in that.
Who's another
Jacqueline won't
one?
fall in that.
Do you remember Nicole Bass? She was
Oh
another
yeah,
one
yeah,
too.
I remember that. Nicole Bell.
Those type of women necessarily wouldn't be what I would say Vince McMahon would consider to be like how women should look in pro wrestling, I guess.
Well,
If that makes any sense.
they may
He
try
was more
to.
going for like Sable or the cat. What's another one that was around during that time?
Melina. But before
Well,
Melina,
Melina
what
was
was she?
years after that. Lita was another Trish. There we go. Trish.
Oh, wait, no,
Lord
not
have
Melina.
mercy.
Who was the one that was with the Hardy Boys? Who floated around between the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian when they were before they were Edge and Christian when they were still with Gangrel. Who's that woman? Like she was she was the second manager of the Hardy Boys, I believe. It was after Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes was their manager when he when he was put on their pants and had the shirt as well.
Oh yeah, Michael Hayes. Man.
Yeah, well, I forgot his name at that time.
I
Not
don't
Doc
know why he
Hendricks.
was trying to look like the Hardy Boys, but I always thought like it. I don't know. I wasn't a fan of the look. Not for him.
Oh, if
Not
you
for
ever
him.
hear
I'm trying to
the
think of who you're. Wait, you said she was a valet for Edge and Christian and for
I'm
the
I'm
Hardys.
pretty sure they had a fight over her. I'm pretty sure it was Edge and Christian, and they had like a whole thing where they were fighting or vying for her services. Anyone remember her? I'll look it up.
Aren't we talking? You know what? I'm sure. While you're doing that, let me read what King Leo says. Sheamus said they called him early, so he's taking the slander for now. Give him a couple of months. We got the great 5'9" said, "Hello, beautiful. How are you today? Thank you. I'm doing pretty good."
Wait, why you? How do you know that's you? That could be me. Thank you.
Could be you.
Thank you, great 5'5". Thank you.
Ballet says Sheamus is my guy. He will get it together. And remember, his last opponent was with Adam Copeland. Adam Copeland been gone for a while. So he probably, I mean, I don't know if he was injured though. Because if he was injured, that could also play a role as to why he probably wasn't, staying in shape. But I mean, if it was basically a vacation where he's not doing anything, so of course he would probably fall back a little. But I still think he looks great.
Terry Reynolds.
Oh, Terry Reynolds. Okay.
Terry Reynolds.
Dustin's ex-wife.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's around the time where I still was paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very interesting. But yeah, I mean, and then Vince McMahon did the same thing with men too. Obviously, having Hulk Hogan as his boy toy and wanting other wrestlers to have a similar look as well. And there are just some guys that are just not muscular built like a Hulk Hogan or John Cena and can still be successful too, But Vince McMahon definitely had a type.
That was one of the reasons why he let who's Nash? What was Nash's gimmick very early on?
Diesel,
thank you, the truck driver. Well, he wasn't a truck driver, but Diesel. Yeah, like he really wanted Diesel at a time, retroactively, I understand this. When at a time he had wrestlers who were trying to take the mantle, but like Shawn, Mr. Hart, like they were not considered as great. And so he went with what he loves, the big tough guy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Cornette, I think, also gets into that. Like Cornette, I think, is so stuck on that. Like they got to look a certain way. He kind of ignores performance.
Cornette has a old school way of thinking of pro wrestling. I don't feel like he's more, but he thinks of like the old school way and isn't really accepting of the modern take of pro wrestling. So I don't know.
Oh, he from my understanding, he told Kevin Steen he was like too fat. He wanted him to lose weight. Took him off of TV for a bit, and like he was over. I'm really starting to get into Ring of Honor. I really want to go through and like watch it from the beginning and whatnot. So much, but yeah, like he thought he did. He got into a lot of stuff with Steen, and also Mr. and. What was his old gimmick? The mask guy, El
Generico.
El Generico. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, he didn't like them.
Yeah, I mean, I know like a lot of people feel like wrestlers should look a certain way, especially women too. I mean, if you I personally don't care. Yes, there's a lot of attractive people, but as long as they get the job done and they're entertaining, that's all that matters to me, you know?
What's
But you have
interesting
to
is
also look at this too, because wrestling is still a business and they had to, sell merchandise. If you have that attractive look, yeah, your action figures are going to sell. You know what I mean? So I
mm,
get it in terms of a marketing standpoint why Vince McMahon, aside from his fetish, would want people to look a certain type of way. It does make sense, but other people of other body types can still do pretty well. Look at how we see um what's his name? Are you familiar with Gringo Loco?
love him. I love that
He
dude.
is amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
But he got a dad bod, okay? So there was a time in Ring of Honor last year where he got out of
Oh
shape
yeah. Where is he?
and he was just struggling moving around. And I'm just like, wow, like you used to move flawlessly, even though you had that dad bod, but now you've gained some weight. And now it really shows because the quality of your matches are not that great because you're so winded. You know what I mean? Oh, and another person who's like that damn near all the time, Eddie Kingston, that's pretty much his style
Mhm.
now. um People have always complained about his weight or how he looks, how he carries himself. And he's someone I feel like he's really really talented in the ring too, but I don't think necessarily, like I said, as long as they can perform, that's just fine with me. So even if they got a little weight on them or whatever, it's I think it's okay.
It was a good storyline when they brought that into. I think they did it for both Danielson and CM Punk, but I really love when Punk and Kingston had that ring together, and they were
Mhm.
just like going at each other, and like you can never tell with Eddie. Eddie always feels like if he's angry, it's real as fuck. Like he's gonna beat
Yes.
the hell out of somebody. So I thought he was gonna murder. I still remember it's a wonderful thing. Like if somebody's angry, like that whole like you think they're gonna come at you and stuff like that, but not always. Like some people will just like sit back, like just be
Mhm.
disbelieving and just like
Well, he
I'm gonna
plays
kill
into
this
that New York
motherfucker.
stereotype though.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
think people think us New Yorkers are like that all the time, you know?
yeah.
Not all the time, but a lot of us are like that, you know? I remember someone I was speaking to someone, they was like, "Oh, you're from New York? You're nice." I was like, "What's that got to do with anything? You think we're all mean or something?" Like I don't like there's that stereotypical New Yorker that I do feel like it's so hard to tell like if Eddie's being himself or if he's just playing the
Yeah.
stereotype, because he does it so well. Where it's just like that, just probably just how you are. So I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. It took a while for Eddie to grow on me because like I said, he fit that New York stereotype, and that's the type of guys like I would totally avoid. You know what I mean?
No,
So
understood.
for it took a while, but Eddie, I think he's likable. He absolutely is likable. He got gorgeous eyes. I don't know if
He's got
anybody's
a
ever paid
one.
attention, but he's great. And oh, he's been working out. You probably don't even remember him. He used to be back on Dark Elevation. Do you remember Caesar Bononi? Is that his name?
Yes, yes, I do. He
Yes,
was off. He was also
the,
in the whatchamacallit group. He was one of
with Hollywood Hunk
the
in them.
wingmans.
Yes,
The wingmans.
yes, he was in
Yeah,
that group.
yes. I remember
So
Benoni.
um he works out with Eddie now. Eddie's been getting in shape slowly but surely. And they post their workout and all that stuff. But I'm gonna be honest, every time they post, it's just Eddie talking. And it's just like, where's the actual workout, bro? You know what I mean? It's very funny and interesting.
Oh, good for him. I That's one thing I would love to see. I think I can see them going many ways with it, but I could see him like just finding his peace, like finding his calm, getting himself together,
Hmm.
and like having a character where he's like working on himself, like he's always like at that not always, but he gets to that edge, but he
Mhm.
knows he wants to relax and he wants to
And
be the
he's
best man.
relatable too. Everybody knows someone similar to Eddie Kingston in real life. That's true. And the fans love relatability. You know,
Mm.
while there's a lot of out of this world characters in wrestling, they do like that relatable guy or girl. You know what I mean? Eddie definitely fits that role for sure. But yeah, a lot of people
With
do not like him.
and he's so AEW. I still like someone that made the point with Moxley that they felt like Moxley hadn't said too much, but or when they look back at it, it was just a speech. It wasn't a lot of substance to it. But
Hmm.
because it's Mox, he went away. And I felt this too. It was nice seeing him again. It was kind of like he hadn't been around for a little bit. And like he kind of just him Eddie, they kind of have the soul of AEW. When they come
Oh
out and they
yeah.
speak, they've put in the time, they've been there. So they compared it to when Adam did it, and they were like how different it was. And like it is a little strange for a guy to come out for like it's been around for 6 months versus a guy who's been there since the first pay-per-view.
Hmm.
Like it's just you
I
get
liked
it.
it though because Adam. So while John Moxley would probably talk shit about WWE, Eddie Kingston too, Adam is not willing to do that publicly. So he's like the guy in the middle. You know what I mean? Where he's like, I'm not going to talk shit about WWE, and I'm not necessarily going to blast AEW for any wrongdoing. I just want everyone to come together and enjoy pro wrestling for what it is, and keep the drama out of it. You know what I mean?
Mm,
So I thought
oh,
he was a great messenger in this situation. You know, but Moxley, Eddie, these guys add something a little bit different to preaching about AEW, if that makes
you
sense.
do you no, you make a great point, especially with the about saying negative. Uh, they both have been strong advocates, Eddie and Mox, and they
Hmm.
have been what you consider. I don't know what you would consider, but some might consider their conversation negative towards WWE or the comments. I was thinking about the other promo from what was that? Like Dark. This was like a while back with Eddie Kingston, and yes, they. I would have appreciated it. Other AEW fans might have, but it might not have been that like let's all come together messaging that Adam gets to do. So
Uh-huh. Yeah, absolutely. You know, honestly, we all love the drama. We nosy. We want to know what's going on or whatever, but it has brought some negativity too. And Tony Khan, with releasing that footage, I think he took the bait.
oh,
Absolutely.
Tony Khan, uh, it's interesting because it does feel like Tony Khan is the one that's gotten to, and he runs the company. So you follow what Tony Khan wants, but it just does feel like someone made the point like yeah.
Did you so recently Dustin also did
Wish
an
I wasn't part
interview
of
with
it.
Chris Van Vliet, and he talks about Tony Khan and talks about Tony Khan as being a great boss. He's never had a boss like Tony Khan, but he's too nice, you
That's what he
know?
said.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And when he said that, I was like, that's how everybody looks at him. And when you think of a boss being too nice, you don't necessarily look at great leadership skills. You know what I mean? This is a wrestling business. Tony Khan's been a fan his whole life. He essentially was never a booker prior to get having AEW. So he gets all these people to get part of the company. And yeah, I mean, it's not that you don't want to be nice to the people who work in your company. It's just that
Mm.
you have to know that this is this type of business. You can't be a friend all the time, you know. And he does give off that vibe, like I'm friends with everybody type of vibe, you know.
Well, if you do that, sure, but then make it equal amongst all the people. I get
Hmm.
the sense that he has some people are closer to. Oh, you gotta imagine Jericho gets to text him. You gotta imagine
Absolutely.
like Jericho's
and it,
one of the
and
few wrestlers who's like, hey, I think I got this idea with Hook, and I think Hook's gonna love it.
Oh,
It's gonna be great for him.
I agree. Absolutely. And remember, before Osprey and Okada, he was the highest paid AEW wrestler. Chris Jericho, of all people,
Well,
that
it made
has
sense
done
at the
nothing of
beginning.
relevancy.
Yeah, at
Okay.
the beginning, because
No,
like
no, no. This is based on his salary the beginning of 2024.
oh, I meant this
So
that at the
so that was
beginning it can make sense
before.
because
Right
like
at the beginning, right? Because I think he the first one to hold the AEW world title. Things
yeah,
like
and
that make
they
sense
yeah
at that standpoint. But 2024, you're the highest paid before all these new guys just came in. What have you done? Unless
because
you're doing something backstage, I don't know.
Jericho was that kind of like who did that with ECW? Who was that? Who was the American Murder Grandpa? Who was that? The guy who came out with Chainsaw Charlie. That's an old reference. Who was Chainsaw Charlie with Mankind? Anyone remember?
Mm.
Oh come on! Why am I blanking on this? Old guy wrestler. Who had a zillion retirement matches before Ric Flair.
um, I'm not
Oh,
sure. I
he
mean, a
was.
lot of people have been semi-retired. Oh, Terry Funk.
Thank you. Bless your
Thank
heart.
you,
Thank
King
you.
Leo.
Oh, thank
Thank
you,
you.
everybody. Yes, Terry Funk. Terry Funk served the Jericho role for WCW. Like you had that whole beginning with
American Murder
Shane.
Grandpa. That's so funny.
You had it with Shane Douglas. He like started the whole thing, but you needed
Mm,
someone to give them legitimacy and to have people go, "Oh, I know that name." And that was
yeah.
Terry Funk. Like Terry Funk came in, he took the belt, he like carried ECW for a little bit, and that's what Jericho did. But then like Terry Funk went away. Terry Funk
Right.
eventually went
You
away.
can't
Terry
keep
Funk
Chris
said,
Jericho away. Chris Jericho said, "You're not gonna get rid of me." And that's the thing, because like I was saying earlier, how people were talking about how WWE needs Chris Jericho, and I'm just like, well, what is Chris Jericho gonna do?
if we don't
And
get
I don't
rid
see it.
if you don't get rid of Jericho, what do you do with him? Like what is this? What can he do at this point? You have
Right.
Osprey, you have Okada, you have like Danielson and Mox. What do you do
And we
with him
can't
now?
even say to have that manager role model thing, because he's been doing that and it hasn't been successful. Everybody in JAS, nobody
Oh,
has gotten anything from that. Now he's
no.
teaming up to do whatever it is that he's doing with Hook. In my opinion, it's not interesting. That horrible acting from last night absolutely killed me. And it's just like, what type of value are you adding to the show? The crazy thing is, though, is that it just seems like at this point he should be, I don't want to say semi-retired, but like he shouldn't be on as often as he is, you
Someone
know?
mentioned, well, I've mentioned I'd like to see him go away, but not a but. I'd like to see him go away, and I worry for him that he may think he may not have much time left. So he
Mm,
might be thinking if I go away and with the idea of I'd have to come back, get back in shape for this,
mm-hmm.
maybe he just doesn't want to take the time off because he fears like if he does stop, like if you're perpetual motion, inertia, if something is going without anything to stop it, it'll just keep going. But if
Right.
you have friction around it or you do stop, you will just stop. So maybe he
Mm-hmm.
worries if he does slow down, he won't be. I didn't like the Hook match. Some people seem to have liked the Hook match, but there's been one or two that people thought all in, he did a good performance, but that was with Osprey.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if Osprey. I'm sure he had to slow down.
That
I don't
was
really
probably the
remember much of
last great match that I saw from Jericho. It wasn't his best, but
that.
I think that was the best I've seen him. That was the last time. That was All In. That was months ago. Since then, not
Oh,
interesting to
he
me.
had that one performance with one of the CMLL guys, which was good. But was it Jericho there or was it the other guy or just the mix of that? I don't know. That was okay. It wasn't great.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the Osprey match was the last best thing I've seen from
like
him.
that peak. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I know he. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I remember him wanting to do a good match, and I felt like the CML one was okay, but it
Hmm.
still showed how slow he was, because that was the one where he was trying to. He went back to what is that, the old gimmick of his,
Lionheart.
Lionheart, which I guess he's doing now. Yeah, he went back to Lionheart, and that was an okay match, but he was trying to be like Chris Jericho of yesteryear, and he didn't have quite that. He doesn't
Not the
have that anymore.
same.
Yeah.
It's not the same. And I think a lot of wrestlers get to that point where they realize they don't have they're past their prime and they try to really hang on. And this is why a lot of wrestlers end up retiring way past when they should have, you know.
Do
They're
you think
doing
Matt
something that
Hardy
they've
is
been
there?
doing their whole life. Who? Matt Hardy?
Hmm.
Um yeah, I haven't seen anything interesting from Matt Hardy since that last cinematic match that he had. And I mean, that wasn't all that, but it was entertaining.
Hmm.
Ever since then, I can't really even tell you. I don't remember anything that he's done after that. At least nothing entertaining. You know, we started getting Jeff Hardy, who was actually
Yeah. Yeah. He
doing
was.
pretty good those last few matches that he had. Sammy Guevara fucked
Yeah,
up the whole thing for us.
I was about to say,
And
fuck Sam.
and you know he injured Matt Hardy before too.
Oh yeah,
Which
yeah. No,
and it's
I'm like,
I just don't know. I don't know, but he's
I
suspended right now, which kind of works out for him anyway, in a way, because you know he got a sort of newborn, so he gets to be home with his family or whatever. And it's unfortunate. And he had a really great match with Hobbs. Do you remember that match?
yeah,
One of the
yeah.
last ones
Although
that was pretty good.
it was a great match, I still would say just let him go. He would be somebody I'd be like, because what are you gonna do? Like he comes back, does something new with Jericho? Like they go through that whole
I
thing again?
know. They always try to put him back with Jericho, and it's just like, hey, if it didn't work the 40 other times, it's not working again. So I don't know. I don't know. It
Might be
gotta be
time to let that filler
Jericho.
go.
Jericho probably advertising to Tony Khan like, "Hey, there's something big between me and Sammy. We just don't see it yet." You know what I mean? I don't know.
Oh, maybe the end game is Jericho, Sammy, and Luther. Like get them together. Maybe.
Oh man, Robert Brown asks King Leo if he's going live tomorrow. Oh, King Leo said Fonzie is gonna replace him. Oh man, I don't know. I don't see that happening unless you know something I don't. King Leo says yes. So for you guys who likes video games, King Leo does. He's doing 2K24. When was actually King Leo? When was the last time you did AEW? Haven't seen you play that in a while, so I don't know if he's doing that on his channel too. But I guess 2K24 is more interesting
AEW.
anyway.
No. Yeah, I have to imagine. I really wanted that. I really wanted AEW
I've watched
to have a.
different channels, like random channels playing Fight Forever. I just wanted to see like other people's take on it in terms of video game, because I'm not a video game person. I don't play
Mm.
games or whatever, but I do love pro wrestling. So honestly, for the most part, I don't really see people interested as much or enjoying it, you
Well, I
know.
bought it. I have it. I literally have it, and I haven't played it in a long time. I'm
That's
interested. I don't want
unfortunate.
to pay for Swerve. I don't want to pay for the new ring. I'd be fine if they did a yearly, or maybe in the next year, like 2 years, and then like did a full patch and said, spend it, like we put
Mhm.
this into it, instead of doing like little bits and pieces.
Actually,
I
the other day when I went to GameStop, it was for $25. And I was just like,
it's,
oh, wasn't it like 60 when it came
I
out?
paid 70. I paid 70 with a season pass.
Oh, okay. I guess
I
also there's
think
like different
70.
prices, I guess. Because
Yeah,
like
there was like
normally they're like $60 when these new games come out, right?
Oh,
So
I don't know. I don't know. But
I'm
the
not sure because like
prices
every
are up
time I
there.
buy a game for my daughter, she plays Switch. So the one I saw was for PS5 for Fight Forever, and it was $25, and I was just like, oh, that's a lot cheaper than what I thought it would be worth.
I
You
would
know?
buy it if it was like 15 at this point. Well, it depends. If I got all the stuff that they have now, maybe 20,
Hmm.
25. But if it was like just the base
Really?
package, yeah, maybe
You
20
wouldn't
bucks at
pay
this
$70
point.
again?
Oh, man, I feel cheated. I feel like if I ever, probably the first thing I would say to Tony Khan is like, "You owe me some money. Like
For that video
you
game.
fucked me, man. Like you fucked me. I'll look right in your eye. I'm like, you fucked me. Ha ha ha. You think you're so cute.
Oh
All
my
right, now we
god.
can talk about
Honestly,
other shit.
because it to me, I felt like um so I don't remember if they had like a release date or whatever. They kept pushing it, but still advertising that hey, the game is coming out soon. We got your money, just hold
Oh, it's like
on.
a
We're gonna
year.
release it. It felt like forever. And then it comes out and I guess people were not as happy. It seemed like people was happy with the effort. Oh, so here's how AEW wrestlers were playing it and they were showing them playing it. Everybody looked happy about it. And I was like, oh, well, if the
Mm,
wrestlers are happy about it, must be a great game. And I'm like, okay. In hindsight, I'm like, they bullshitted us. They probably don't like the game, but they have to pretend they like the game because they work for a company. You know what I mean? I haven't seen anything interesting yet. Oh, the only thing I seen is I don't know if this is new, but I seen people playing with them having a ring on the
at
beach,
the
and then
beach,
there's like a
yeah.
sunset or whatever. I think that is so cute. I like
Yeah,
that.
no, like that's what I mean. Like they have cool stuff, and they seem to drop things with every pay-per-view. Someone had noticed that there's like this interesting schedule where if there's a pay-per-view, a few days after
Hmm.
you'll get something. And they have like, I mean, others can probably help out, but like one Jamie Hayter, they finally got Jamie Hayter in the game. I would love, I
Oh, she's there
because
now.
they're the female roster is a bit lacking, but they added a few people like
Hmm.
Storm's in there with her old gimmick, and yeah, while
Oh yeah,
she's
I know people
away,
was upset about that
oh,
they don't have the time to Sony Storm in the game, and I could assume that they didn't have time to add that. I'm not sure. I don't know how video games work, but
oh,
um
likely.
people were obviously more interested in her current gimmick, like the video games, in my opinion, I could be wrong, they can't necessarily keep up with what's going on, right? In
It
terms of
takes a
when they
while.
right, so I would assume like okay, well, the gimmick is relatively new in a
That is
way,
the thing.
and I'm pretty sure that when they did the whole development for the Tony Storm that they end up releasing, that was way before then, so I get it, I get it.
It's just no, it's understandable. It's just also frustrating because they don't they release like a character every like the pay-per-view cycle. So it's a
Hmm.
slow rollout. It's not even like they'll
Is
drop three or four people
is
at a time.
Samoa Joe in the game?
Not that I remember. I don't think so.
So what I saw a few weeks ago was somebody playing the game, and what they were doing was they were having matches based off what was going to be on Dynamite, and almost all the matches they couldn't do their own version of it because a lot of those people aren't even in the game.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I thought that was really interesting. I was just like, whoa, that is pretty alarming. Like personally, that's not attractive to me. Like if I was gonna buy the game and I'm hearing damn near what seems like 75% of the roster is not in the game, I wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Yeah, yeah. And then some of the choices, I've been okay with the choices. Actually,
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna load it up and like just take a look to see what's going on with it this that
Right.
now.
Hmm.
You got me
Uh,
curious about it. I
so it's been that
that
long since you last played?
yeah, yeah.
You gotta blow off the dust, huh?
It's such a big download. And I don't really use Steam. This is the first thing that I purchased or I had got with first thing I hadn't used Steam before this. I had gotten Steam just to get the stupid game.
Hmm.
Oh, and there's this thing where they have this game that you can play online against a bunch of people, right? It's their Stadium Stampede. It's actually pretty fun. I enjoyed it the few times I was able to play it.
Mm-hmm.
The way to get the most amount of players is to make sure that the game that just that match type, you can get players from each of the different consoles. So your Xbox, I don't know if they would do a Switch, but your Xbox, PC, and then the other one,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they don't do that. They don't do that. So I play on a PC, so I can only play with other PC people. That means they had like a bunch of people on it, but pretty much right after the game dropped, maybe a month after, it just dropped to like nothing. So you try to find a game,
Ouch.
there's no one there, it's just painful. And one
Mm-hmm.
of the things they could do, and I don't know much about this, but one of the things they could do is just let everybody play so that you have like the whole group playing together. But they
Right.
never did that. So it's just it'd be fun. It'd be
Interesting.
fun if you could play with other people because they have modes for that.
Oh,
But
what about WWE? Is that a PC game as well?
you can get it on a
I've never
PC.
heard
That's how I
anybody
played it.
say anything about that. But it's always PlayStation or Xbox that I'm seeing with the WWE game.
Well, the
If it was
PC is
for
the best
PC,
bet because you get it
I
for free.
wouldn't mind playing or attempting to play. Like I said, I'm not into video games, but I really wanted to get the Harry Potter game, the Harry Potter Legacy game, and I was just like, oh my god, I gotta get this. I'm just not a gamer, but I mean WWE. It looks interesting. AEW, I'm not interested. From what
I
I've seen people do, it's
I
not
will
interesting to me.
say when there was a big hoopla with Leo, please help me. Was it what do you call that? What is that game called? 2K22? Was it 22 when they first brought it back after the disastrous version? But it's the second, the version after the last one, and it was like they had a version before that. It went really really bad. The people
Hmm.
who made the game said, "Okay, we're gonna skip a year," and then they like really put their time into it and really made something. And I played that one. I will tell you, it's a pretty fucking fun game. Excuse my language, everybody, but it's a pretty fucking fun game.
So how do
The,
these games change per year? Like, is it necessary for them to be a different version per year? Like, does it change that much?
Oh, you'd have to
Um,
ask Leo. They add more to it, like well, personally, I played that two versions out, the last version. I played those two.
mhm,
So they had different, like there's a story mode version. So like say you create a wrestler, you create Wrestle Tati, right? And you
mhm,
can go and then like start from the beginning and then wrestle your way up to whatever the goal is. So you have your own like story.
right.
And the story, the first one, I loved it. I thought it was pretty awesome. The second one, not so much. The second one was like you were either a lock or a key. You were either the second generation wrestler who was just like super good, so you were
Mhm.
the lock, or you were what the fuck was the key? Don't even remember. Don't even remember. But it was like But the other storyboard mode, I can't remember what was the difference, but it was just so much more enjoyable. Like I went through, I
Okay,
played
so
all the way through.
each year it's like a different story to go through, basically.
Yeah, that's one thing. And then, so the first one I played was Rey Mysterio. Like
Mhm.
they have like this career, not a career thing. You play his historic matches, which was freaking awesome. If you know his early match with Latino Heat, Eddie
Eddie?
Guerrero, yeah, like that very early WCW match, you get to be a part of. You. I think at the time you're playing as
Which
Ray.
year was this for the
W.
game?
Oh, this was. Let's see. Does he say 20 was trash? So it was 22. So WK20 was like really really bad. They skipped 21 and they came back with 22. Yes, thank you, King
Mhm.
Leo. That was the one, and it was really great. And so, like, you get to play as Ray, And in
Mhm.
the match, you have to perform some things, and then it'll cut from the game to the video, and it's very seamless. And like, so you go and you see like what actually happened, and they talk
Mhm.
and they give you a little bit about like the behinds of what was going on, like Ray's talking about it and whatnot. And then you go back to the game, and then you control them again. You do whatever they ask you to do, and then it sets up the next thing, and it goes right into. It's really well done. The second one they
Mhm.
did it with John Cena, but it was different because you got to play the people who fought against John Cena, and it was, I think, the matches that he lost. So they'll have that. I don't know who
Which
the
isn't
new.
many, huh?
I think I don't.
Wait. So okay,
I
wait,
don't
wait. So
even
you're
remember
saying
finishing it.
for John Cena, you're not playing as John Cena. You're playing those who he didn't beat.
Yeah, yeah. They changed it around, so that was like another shift of the game. Am I correct with that, King Leo? So that was another shift. So like
Mhm.
they make changes like that. And then one mode that I really love, like the reason why I downloaded it, I downloaded just to try it out, was uh the manager mode. I forget what it's called now, but like you can be a manager. And that is freaking awesome. I love it. You buy you,
Isn't
you
that what
get
they're
a
doing now? Or no, 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 not manager. I think King Leo showed me. Well, no, general manager.
well, they
I
have a
think that's what he
world
showed me the
mode
other
that I
day.
never did. My GM. It might have been. I don't
Mm,
know. But I
yeah.
love it. I love it. Like you get about money, you get to pick your roster, then you have to figure out your matches. You put your matches up against them. You can either watch them, let them go through,
Mhm.
or like play the matches. Like it's you can just enjoy setting it up and like watching it go, or
Right.
you can get involved in it. And I watched two people play it, and it was just fun to watch them. And so I was like, okay, if I could have this much fun just watching the game, that's what made me try it out, and it
Mhm.
truly is a pretty impressive game. It's
N
more,
not until recently, I never understood the concept of people watching other people play and enjoying that. Because my daughter, she has a lot of games, but she's always watching other people play, and I'm just like, "You have the game, go play." You know what I mean? And I see it now. I see it now,
mm,
especially when King Leo is playing and the chat is being engaging and things like that. So it's a nice vibe. But like when my daughter watches other people play, these are like recorded and it's just like there's no engagement. All she's doing is watching somebody else's play, And I've always thought that was really strange, you know.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but I mean, people like that. They like it.
Oh, such a thing. Yeah, in Taiwan, I actually just recently someone was on a bus and I was like, "Oh, what game is that?" No, 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 the elevator. Sorry, some Asian kid on the sixth floor, and I was like, "Oh, you're watching it, huh?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, League of Legends." And he's like, "Oh, no, 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 it's like it, but it's a little different." We just chatted
Hmm.
about it. I was like, "Okay." But I agree.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see people like so engaged in someone else's
Uh-huh.
game.
Right. And that kind of reminds me of another thing that my daughter was obsessed with. And it's not just her, but other kids too. Kids like to watch other kids playing with toys. And I'm just
Really?
like, it is the weirdest thing. The absolute weirdest thing. Like, like as a kid, you play house with the dolls and whatever else to play house. People, not people, little kids love watching content like that. So
No,
strange to
see,
me.
that's the thing. Like now we consider it content. Like
Right.
the
It
world is
is.
changing. The world's changing around
Absolutely.
us.
Absolutely. And I also thought that with them doing the Fight Forever thing and a lot of some of the bigger channels playing these games, I was just like, oh, okay, this got to be a big deal with Fight
Mm.
Forever. And in my opinion, after what I've seen, I've watched King Leo play and then I've seen some other people play, and I'm just like,
Oh,
I
you gotta
don't
play it.
see what's interesting.
No, yeah, for that one you have to be sitting with someone and like
They
just
have like
having
an
fun.
MJF story going on. I can't remember what it was. That was pretty much it. And every time I ask King Leo, "Is so and so in the game?" He's like, "No." And I'm just like,
Oh, and
"Well, oh wait, can you create those wrestlers on Fight Forever?" So like, let's say I don't know, somebody you wanted to play as is not there, you can just create them anyway, right?
See, I'm not it was a call, create a wrestler person. I'm not I don't care. Like it's so like I appreciate you people and whoever you are, but I appreciate you all who take the time to build something and not just in wrestling games. Like my sister does it for Sims. Like she will put time into
I was
making the perfect
addicted to
character.
Sims when I was in college.
So you understand. So it's like that. It's like that idea of like putting a character and you
I,
can
I love just making things from scratch. You know, some
mm,
people don't necessarily care for that, but it's fun. I think so. It's interesting to see what it is that you create and how that plays a role in the game. But I know, like when it comes to like a wrestling game, and you just only have a very small roster in comparison to Tony Khan's large ass roster,
oh that's
it makes you feel some type of way where it's just like you feel almost cheated because it's like where is everybody that's on your roster, you know?
I was just looking at the current Fight Forever one.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a fun game to play with someone next to you, but you really have to kind of just be there. And it's sad. It's sad. If they I feel well, another thing, the story mode for like I mentioned that story mode. I can't remember the first one. I wish I could. I do remember Lock and Key. I think it was just a general like, you start what's that one? You start from like the bottom and then you just go to the top. The newer one is like you are anyway, just stick with one. So that one was so enjoyable. I played the F out of it. I just like you'll have Triple H be like, "Oh, this week we want to put you in a match with such and such," and then you'll get like a text message is like, "What the fuck? Like, why are you taking this match? I thought you said you're gonna have a match with me." Well, fuck that shit. Like, we're going on next week, you and me. So like you'll have people like come in and like interrupt it, and it just takes you to this whole story. Fight Forever.
Right.
You fly to a place. Like there's one thing where Jericho's like, "Hey, do you want to join the whatever group I'm a part of right now?" And you're like, "No, fuck you, get away from here." It's like, "Well, too bad, you're still joining the group." It's like, what the fuck? You there you figure in a story mode you have choice. What is it when
Right.
you like tell them no and they're like, "You're gonna do it anyway"? It's like, well, fuck you, Jericho. Like, actually, I guess that's kind of true to life, isn't it?
Yep, sure is. Speaking of
What's that?
Jericho, Ballet says Fozzy is going to give Jericho his walking papers. Oh my god. And you know, I honestly thought that as his career advances, he'll be a little bit more busy with Fozzy rather than getting in the ring as often. And that's not the case.
Well, what happened to
That's
his
not the case.
tour? Didn't he say at some point he was taking like 2-3 weeks off, and everyone was like, "Oh, thank God!" Like you're supposed to go on a tour
Um was that recently?
recently. Like he was
Maybe it didn't come up yet.
around, and
I've never actually thought about going to see them, to be honest with you.
maybe if I went on a cruise. Did you
I
get the
do want to go on a
pre-order?
cruise. I want to go on that cruise. I was literally sitting the other day, I think it was Monday, sitting here, and I was just like, girl, you got to get on that cruise.
That pre-order is just to sucker you into it, but it'll still be around. I wouldn't mind trying it.
The,
I like
the,
cruises.
the tickets are insane. Like in 1,000 range, and it's like per person because obviously per cabin and two people, and it's ridiculous. My daughter would not even care to go to that, but you know, I would love to bring her, but she doesn't care for
Has she
all
been on
that.
a cruise before?
No, she says she wants to go, but I know she'll complain about being on the water. Like I'll tell you this much. So I've been on a cruise, and as so you kind of don't really realize that you're even moving, and that's the interesting part of it. And there's so much to do anyway, so you don't realize any of that stuff. But then when you like get on the top deck and then you actually see that you're surrounded by nothing but water, that's when the panic comes in and you're just like, what if this shit flips over or something, and there's no land, you know? So I freaked out. I really did when I seen like I'm literally surrounded by water. There's nowhere else to go in case something would have happened. Obviously nothing happened, but that last few hours on the ship, they kind of sort of rush to get back to shore at a specific time. And
Oh
that's when you
no.
start feeling the motion sickness. You feel like shit. Real talk, And when I saw the pictures from Jericho Cruise from earlier this year, oh my god. Just to see like everybody look like they had a great time. A
Mm.
really great time. I mean, and it's a little bit more. I think it's cool in a way because it's like you on a boat. If I wanted to stalk Ricky Starks, what the fuck is he gonna do? Get away from me? We're on the boat. You know what I mean? So you get to be real close with these wrestlers and whatnot. And I think it's pretty cool when you guys get on shore to whatever. I think they went to Mexico, I want to say.
Mm.
Um, when you get off the boat, the ship, everybody's going to the same beach, everybody's in the same resort or whatever, so you get to mingle with them. I mean, if they want to, but you get to be like right there with these people that you see on TV all the time. I think it's a really cool experience. I would love to find out what happened when Jericho got roughed up by MVP on the cruise. Nobody seems to have the footage of that, but that would have been really interesting to see. Really
They
interesting.
wasn't it near? They mentioned it was near an elevator, right? They have to have a camera or something.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would assume that they would do something like that on the boat. I mean, on a ship. So I
I
don't
would
know.
love being around Abaddon. I just oh, it'd be a dream to like hang out with Abaddon for like a day.
Man, for
I saw
me, I
those
mean,
pictures.
they
Oh,
all seem they all seem really cool, down to earth people. But I always tell people like I know like a lot of times people would look at celebrities and think, oh, they're all nice, but it's not always the case.
mm-hmm.
King Leo will let you know that about what's his name, Batista. Is it Batista, King Leo, the one that you had the rough encounter with? King Leo says Lang Hook, Golden Jets. He got to put the bubbly down. Yeah, I don't like the name Lion Hook. Golden Jets was. I didn't care for that. I can see
Oh, what was
Kenny
the
definitely had a say so in that name.
what was the one that he had with the lover boy one? What was that with
The Golden Lovers
Golden?
with a
Yeah.
with
Oh,
Ibushi.
oh yeah, 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 yeah.
The Golden Lovers.
At least it's different. I'm not a big fan of just putting two team names together.
Mm-hmm.
Come up with some
Right. I
creative.
mean, you can come up with a completely unique name without having to put two very obvious words together. You know what I mean? So I don't know. They could have been a lot more creative with that. Wait, what? King Leo says they tired of Jericho shit. They gonna replace him with the actual bear. King Leo says keep Luther away.
Place on a cocaine bear.
He said it's been a while. I should load it up. He said, "Yeah, but you need $100 more to update it." What are you talking about? For Fight Forever?
To add the packs. Like right now, I'm looking at so what's new? 1 week ago, Jamie Hayter. In March, they
I
released
actually haven't
Claudio.
seen. I seen Claudio. I think Swerve was before that, right? I
It
think
was
Swerve was
recent. It was
before
this year.
that.
Yeah, it was
I
pretty
haven't
recent.
seen what Jamie Hayter looks like.
So I can
I didn't
find
know
it.
she was out. Honestly, I thought Swerve, Claudio, Jamie, I thought they were all coming out on the same day.
They
And I'm
don't
just
do
like,
it
well,
like
why
that.
are you guys why are they spreading them apart like that? I don't know. I don't know.
It's well, I don't know the reason behind it, but if they have the characters, they just like it's what I mentioned before. It's like one at a time. It's painful. It's painful. You don't really get like you might get. I think with Swerve, you got the new map or the new ring type,
Mhm.
but like you rarely get that. I mean, I haven't really been paying attention, so I'm not sure. But you rarely seem to get like two at a time. It's always like a single pack, and you pay for that one person. It'll be like $10 or however much they figure out that one
$10 for every
person's
time
worth.
someone else come on a game?
Something like that. Yeah, it might be
Um,
more. Honestly, yeah, it's just painful. When I looked at it, That's what I mean. Like it, as the game stands right now, I'm not putting another dollar into it. But if they
I don't
came
blame
out and
you.
they just put everything together and made a pack, I might do that. They're doing like season 1, 2, 3, but you got to put it all together for me at this point.
That's interesting. So, is that the same concept with WWE?
Actually, that's again the King Leo thing. I don't like. Oh, and that's the thing that hurts me as well because if I wanted to support AEW. If
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to and I was just curious, I would have just gotten the game and tried it out, and eventually would have been like, "Oh yeah, this is fun to play for a few seconds, but whatever."
Few seconds. I don't know. It doesn't really seem interesting to me. Cause like, not to compare like what my daughter plays, but she gets the game, but $60, and then a while later she'd be like, "Hey, mom, there's a expansion pack or whatever's going on. I need another 20, 30." Pokemon games are usually like in a $30 range for the extra stuff. So there's always that, and then really don't have to put in that much in it after that. But for y'all to pay $10 every so and so just to get new wrestlers to play with, I think that's kind of crazy. And
Yeah,
I
it's
guess that makes sense as to why there isn't that many people in the game, so that they could make that money for when they're bringing new people on. If I don't know if that makes sense.
oh if they did multiples, you gotta imagine they would have to discount them or something because I can't imagine people are gonna like if what was it they were talking about when they put the former champions so Hater and this is Swerve and Claudio. So like
Hmm.
yeah, they spaced them out. I imagine if they did do it one at it. Oh, and they kind of released them with the pay per views as well. I don't know. I don't know. The model just seems. I don't know what the gaming models are. Some other ones are kind of crappy where you have to pay in game for things like
Right.
microtransactions and you make
Hmm.
you spend so much money in that. So, but I don't know. I personally prefer like that yearly model. I think ultimately like WWE has that. You have the yearly thing, but then they do have add-ons to
Hmm.
for whatever it is. But I
Yeah,
don't
I mean that type of stuff makes sense, but for y'all to have to pay for every time new wrestlers come on the game, I don't know. I don't necessarily care for that as something to do in the game.
I think for WWE they do packs. Haha, I just said do. But they do put them together and they release them as like kind of like legends or like,
Oh, okay.
the
Well, something like that seems to make
new
sense.
age or new generation. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. King Leo says Kenny lost his EVP power, so he said, "F that game." Mr. Aldezal said, "What? Kenny lost being an EVP. I'm late." King Leo says, "No Joe in the game." Belly Dasher says, "Kenny said I'm out." Kenny said that he don't have power and he was a terrible EVP on Twitch. It's up on YouTube. Um, the Kenny staying home playing SF6. What is that? What does that stand for? Until his contract
Oh,
is up.
Final Fantasy? No. SF, Street Fighter.
Oh, Street Fighter. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Olizar said, "Damn, I thought Kenny loved AEW and such."
Can
I
I
like I
ask?
said, I always thought like at least Kenny is being real with saying that because I I really don't feel like the Bucks Kenny, like, what was the point? Because what they helped started up that company, like they deserve to be EVPs. Like I never really saw the reason why.
Mm.
King Leo also says he said he's cool with CM Punk, so I'm sure that's why he was fired from the Elite. King Leo said it's on PC. Okay, the WWE game's on PC. I actually haven't seen anything about that, so I had no clue.
Well, the
King Leo
benefit.
said yes, 22. Oh, wait, so they didn't have no new games during the pandemic at all? for
Oh,
WWE?
2021. Oh, when did 22 come out? 22 came. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm not versed. I came into it like later on, so.
Mm-hmm. I said Kenny's trying to join the OC and NXT. Oh, King Leo says 20 was trash because the creators left to make Fight Forever.
Which
Oh,
makes you wonder. One of the lead persons, creators on Fight Forever eventually left. Did he go back to WWE? I'm not sure, but he left the Fight Forever group. And you would
right.
think,
So
like,
he was doing WWE, left WWE, gaming thing, and then went to AEW, then left that to go back over.
I don't know where he went after, but he left AEW after leaving for the new game.
Oh Lord,
Oh yeah, King Leo says he went back to 2K.
that's messy.
And it's like one of the top guys, if not the top guy one of the top guys on the development of the program.
Hmm.
It's a rough game, and
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
wonder
Uh,
what happened. What happened? Very
that
interesting.
this experience reminded me, like AEW. At the end of the day, even though I have strong feelings for it, reminded me. It's like it's a corporation, and
Hmm.
it's a corporation run by a rich person somewhere, somehow. Just rich people, and like I was just like, oh yeah, what am I doing? It's like, fuck it,
Hmm.
doesn't corporations don't care about us. People who feel strongly about these things is wonderful. But if you really feel like, oh, this company cares for you, WWE doesn't give a shit. The dollars, the money, but like,
Mm. So I'm curious. So for Fight Forever, they got people who was working on WWE games. Is that what it was? Or
well, what is it? THQ. There was a big or whoever makes the game, but there's a company that was doing it for a while, and I guess actually no, I don't want to speak on this because I don't know it well enough. Somebody else would have to explain it.
mm,
I remember the story, but like I don't know, I'm not so into it that I get it like somebody
right.
else who's a gamer would.
I mean, hopefully there wasn't like drama within people or making, putting certain ideas out there for the game. But
Oh
I found that to be interesting that in my opinion, it doesn't look like the game is successful. Would you
yeah, I
agree?
wouldn't call it successful. I wouldn't call it successful. I don't. I I have to imagine it was like a good initial surge because a bunch of us were gung ho. People did return, like there were people who had played it and they were returning it. I think there was an offer to return it in one of the game stores in the big shops or something because
What?
like it didn't take off. Fuzzy memories. But I don't think it was super strong,
Hmm.
especially after and then the seasons moved on and whatnot. I'm sure there are people out there, but I started seeing reviews and people who are very even keeled and gave the game a shot and like were showed you their pros and cons who visited later on. It's not a good. It's fun game to play. And it's
Hmm.
fun for if you want to pick something up and just beat your friend up, have a few drinks, and like just have a little fun. But you put in a few hours, and if you're alone, you put in a.
Right.
Let's
I
see.
mean, after already spending $70 on it, though. Like I said, GameStop the other day had it for $25. Like
So much
it
money.
wasn't even necessarily a sale. I was just like, oh, okay, so maybe the game didn't do that well,
No.
and they're just trying to get it off the shelf.
So I have unlocked 40%, 47% of the achievements. I did play it pretty hard.
Hmm.
You can play 100 tournament games, basically one-on-ones, and unlock Owen Hart. That was fun. And
Oh
only
yeah.
4.4% of people did it. I did it on August 26th of 2023. I haven't
Mm.
played since February something. Oh, where did it tell me that?
Mm, I figured you were going to say sometime like
Oh,
late last year.
I started it up because we were chatting about it as all of us, like King Leo and all of us. And I was like, oh yeah, I
Mhm.
haven't played it in a while. So like, let me start it up. I started it up and I haven't touched it since.
Ouch. The Grade 59 says they add different mechanics. Mm-hmm. King Leo said I use Timeless Tony Storm now in my Rise. She's created to perfection. Oh, I want to see that. The Grade 59 says career mode. King Leo says 22 and 23 was Cena. I like to see the John Cena one. This sounds interesting.
It was. I wish I might go back to that one.
Let's see. Robert says John Cena buried a bunch of wrestlers. Helio said yes. My GM. He said I'm doing universe now. He says I don't real not really. They won't update the game enough. Said Kenny refuses to help anymore. What was Kenny's role though in terms of Fight
He
Forever? Like,
was apparently had a high thing. He was like going over and speaking with the developers, supposedly speaking with the
oh, like pretty
developers.
much putting his ideas into what I guess what he wanted the game to look like. I guess I don't know.
From my understanding, and apparently there was some kind of drama around it. At least was reported at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot if they were bothered by Kenny being a part of the process. And yeah, I forget at the moment, but there was some kind of drama about Kenny being a part of it.
He said, notice the planes and Fight Forever are now like Street Fighter 2, and Kenny is now playing Street Fighter. So they had enough after the cruise outfit with the ruby boots. Belle says, bon voyage. Let's see. Mr. Aldezal said, LOL. Said, boats are huge. He could hide in a way. LOL. Hey, you know what? If Ricky Starks can get away from me, I like to see him try.
Oh, I remember the worst thing for me about cruises was when we were close to the shore. Like that was when the turbulence was the worst. And I remember
Yeah.
one time that was going on and I had to make it to a bathroom. And I went into the bathroom. And the thing that really scared me was the number of men who would go to the bathroom and not wash their hands on a cruise. It's like, on a cruise, you can't escape other people. Like it's a closed environment, people.
Right.
Wash your damn hands. Like that was the worst. I was like,
Leo says, LOL, tell Tony to play that footage. Okay, so it was Batista. Leo said he is a dick. Mr. Aldezal said, I heard Batista is one of the nicest guys. What did he do? We're gonna take King Leo back to that horrible moment, huh? Robert says, Jamar, are you updated on the Puff Daddy drama?
Sorry, Robert, not really.
I got into it too deep like a week ago, and I was just like, whoa. Let me take a step back. This is too much. This is too much. No. King Leo says his pants was too tight. Belly Dancer says Jerry Hook. That's even worse than Lion Hook.
That's not like a geriatric hook.
Right. And it's so funny because Ricky Starks were saying how like when he and what was his name? Big Bill were partners, that people kept trying to give them a name by like mixing things within their names or like their moves or whatever to make a name. And Ricky was like, well, do we have to have a name to be a team? I don't know. It's definitely not required, but people like doing stuff like that.
Nice and smooth.
Nice and smooth?
Nice and smooth. I would have liked them somehow as nice and smooth. And then I play one of the old like hip hop albums. I don't know if anybody remembers them. Nice and Smooth and Hip Hop Harmony. Yeah, I would have liked that.
Just saying. Leo said he must have been having a day he didn't want to talk. Batista was just in Guardians. He was feeling himself on Sunset Boulevard shopping. I spoke twice. I was very nice about it. Nigga looked like he saw a deer in headlights. Robert
I
says,
can just
what
imagine
year
that.
was that, King Leo? Oh, 2014. Okay. Damn, Guardian of the Galaxy was 10 years ago? Where is time going? That is scary. That is scary to think how much time has gone by. Bella says, I need some more money, ma. Hey, that's all I hear. When I went to the Japanese festival with my daughter a few weeks ago, I was just walking behind my daughter with my card out, and I'm just like, I'm just here to swipe.
just swipe. Just.
And by the time we got home, I was just like, oh my gosh, I am a few $100s deep. And I was just like, hey, you're lucky that I end up buying you all this shit because all these other kids are crying for their parents to get stuff. And I got all that stuff. And then after that, right before I went to bed, I was like, oh my God, her birthday's in a few more weeks. She got me. She got me.
oh,
Let me get her all that
oh,
stuff. And then on her
oh,
birthday,
that's
she's gonna
no.
expect more stuff.
Mm.
So she got me good. That's the
You're
perks
raising
of
a
being an
wise
only
one.
child.
Yeah, raising a wise one.
Let's see. Robert said, was a Evolution reunion tour done at that point or nah? King Leo
Oh,
says, can't remember. I just remember he was with his girl and he had his nose ring in and the tightest jeans on the planet. Hey, if you want to see the tightest jeans, you probably don't. But New York is the place. New York is
uh,
the place.
tighter than the Daisy Dukes that we saw on that boy in the
Oh,
wrestling
from
match
earlier?
tonight.
Yes. I don't know how it is now, but skinny jeans became like the biggest thing in New York where it was just like everybody wore them. And I always thought that skinny jeans just made more sense on women and it just took off for men. And I don't know. I don't know. It was very popular for years. I don't know if that's the case now.
I don't think you see hipsters. I think that might have been for hipsters, but I don't feel like you see hipsters as much as you used to here.
Oh, I remember in the 90s, early 2000s, I was into those flare jeans. Oh my God. Love them, love them, love them. I have not seen those type of jeans in forever.
Mm,
Have not seen those type of jeans in forever.
I have to go
Oh
to
my
another country.
gosh. King Leo said I paid $120 up front for WWE 2K24.
Oh, I gotta imagine that's with extra stuff, right?
Gotta be. Gotta be. Robert says, King Leo, do you think Batista digi evolved yet or no? King Leo says 21 was shelved because they left to make Fight Forever. Oh, okay. So it had nothing to do with the pandemic or anything. That's interesting. He said he went back to 2K. Robert says, Jamar, did you ever watch Digimon?
I did, but or at least I was aware of it. It was never my thing. I was more Pokemon, but I don't know. Pokemon, Digimon, some of those other ones just didn't really get me. I still remember like the card game and stuff. I just never really tuned in.
I love Pokemon. I mean, I play Pokemon Go every day. That's the only game I actually play, if y'all consider that to be a game, but
Oh yeah,
I
it's a
play it
game.
literally every day. I love it. I
Did
love
you?
it.
There was
Matter of
a.
fact, yesterday, okay, so nobody probably cares, but Pokemon Go, they've had since the game had came out, I forgot what year it came out. They have one body type for everybody, and people complain saying, "Hey, this is not realistic. Everybody doesn't look like they're in I don't know, the best shape of their lives or whatever." And I get it. Pokemon Go kind of promotes staying active because most of the things in the game allows you to be active to be able to play and catch Pokemon and do all these other things or whatever. Cool. So here we are years later. I think the game is like what 5, 6 years old. Years
Mm.
later, yesterday, they gave an update on the game and now they have all types of body types on the game. Everybody's upset because they're just like, I don't want to look fat. And I was just like,
Uh,
wait, years ago you guys were complaining, saying that the way the game have everybody looks is not realistic. But when they put these different wide ranges of body types, you guys are complaining? Oh
the
man, it's crazy.
fans are very fickle. Like people do think like they're going to turn on Cody, and sadly, like in the world that we exist in, you can imagine.
I I've been hearing the same thing too. I would assume that would take a few more months. Um, I don't know,
Hopefully, it
but
would take like a year or
but
something.
why
You know,
would
like
people when they say they will turn on Cody because what he's not as interesting as they want him to be? What is it that they would turn on him for?
this,
I
like
don't get
that.
that
Like
because I'm not a fan of his,
mm.
so he don't do it for me. But I always wonder like what are people talking about when they say that everybody's gonna end up turning on Cody anyway?
I think it's the same thing you just mentioned. That whole like you beg and ask and want for something, and then you finally get it, and you're like, oh, okay, you know.
You're gonna be crying for the tribal chief. If y'all miss the tribal chief, we got one in AEW. His name is Samoa Joe.
I personally, if all right, this is for everybody out there. You have my word. If Cody turns heel, you got me for good three
Cody.
months. Yeah, I'll be watching WWE for a good 3 months. If Cody turns heel, I'll like join the
I
streams.
don't
I'm
I
not gonna say
don't see
Raw.
it.
I won't. I don't know about Raw. Oh man, like
I don't see it. After all this, I I really don't see it. Not with
I mean, it would
Cody.
have to be down the line and all, but I would just. Oh, I would love to see. I for me, I don't understand it, but to me, CM Punk has more times than not seemed like the heel than the face. Like I always feel like
You
even when
talking
he's
about recently?
CM Punk. Oh yeah, just period. Oh, I only know him from like AEW and now. So like just this period, like I'm always like, are you guys listening to him? Like, I mean, I get it. It's very attractive, but that's some like heel, not heel. That's the bad guy stuff. Like that sounds like what you would hear. Like the justification. You're so right in yourself, and you
Hmm.
say it and you speak with conviction, and people are like, oh yeah, but all the while you're like, you all should kill yourselves. And they're like, yeah, yeah, you're right. We all should kill ourselves.
Not
Listen to
many
this guy
wrestlers
here.
can do that. I
Oh,
think that's cool. I don't know.
he's
I don't
got
care
a
what anybody say about
magic.
CM Punk. He's brilliant to me.
That's the thing.
Absolutely
You like
brilliant.
him or you don't like him. He just draws you in. You want to listen. Like he's a soothsayer. He's a Pied Piper. He's the guy who would have had like people like following along as he could come along. He is a cult of personality. He can get people to revolt and to do those things. However, he's managed to hook into it, but he has that power and it's intoxicating. But I truly feel every time people would be like, "Oh yeah, he's a face." I'm like, "Are you really? Am I the wrong one? Am I?" I don't know.
Because a lot of people do kind of look at if you like them, then that makes them a face. That's not really what that is. You know what I mean?
Mm,
In my opinion, I do prefer heels. They're just more interesting to me than baby faces. And I've always looked at Punk. I mean, Punk has been an absolute heel before. He's been an absolute baby face, but for the most part in his career, he's always just been like a tweener. He's always, I feel like, for the most part, has been in between. And then he also had this controversial thing about him where um people hate him. And
mm.
when I say hate, I mean like hate for real. And you've seen these past few weeks, ever since the whole thing with that interview that he did, people genuinely do not like Phil Brooks, and I don't know what it is. There's something about him that, regardless of if you like him or not, people stop just to hear what he has to say.
Well, it's interesting, and it's not necessarily about saying, but like that thing, that like polarization is something that some wrestlers do. It seems like the Young Bucks have that pretty strong. Like it's fierce. It seems crazy, but it's like people are like ah, and then people are like like they just and like Punk, as you say, is like that. It's like it's just you got polar opposites, and other people are like, okay, but it's like you really dig into them or you don't. But it's that
Mm-hmm.
something you mentioned earlier. It's like if you still have that feeling, you have that feeling. It's like when you are indifferent that you don't care, and then you're actually out of it, and it's split from the love hate, because love and
Right.
hate are a part of that continuum. Is when you get away from that is cut, and it feels
Mm-hmm.
like when you're in that continuum with these guys, you just are in it, and they pull you in, and whether you hate them or I think OC is also like that, more so with the hate, but people who really like him do. And there are
Yeah.
a few that'd be interesting to like go through and see who are the current people who are like that, who really drive you, regardless of if it seems to be concurrent. Like you have people who either love you and hate you at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm. But back to the Cody Rhodes thing, I don't know. I don't know. Unless if he becomes heel due to the fans no longer responding to him like how they've been, this past year or so. I can see that necessarily happening in terms of where people just like, all right, well, he's champion and we don't necessarily care for what he's doing. They got to give it a few months to see where it goes.
Slightly off of this, but do you think Swerve would have been better if he just stayed heel, regardless of like how much
That's
people
how I
love the
wanted. I
dance? And
wanted Swerve to be when he gets the title to be heel. That's what I wanted. I really wanted that, which is part of the reason why I've like been strongly advocating for uh Hangman, which I'm not a fan of. But
mm,
if Hangman were to get the title from Joe, and they brought back the story with Hangman and Swerve, that would I think that would be the strongest way to get Swerve to get that title. I would love that. I really would. And in that case, um Hangman would be the baby face in that situation, and Swerve would be the heel. People would still be
mm.
behind them, I do. I honestly do believe they would still be behind them.
There you could do
Um,
that, yeah.
yeah, and then he ends up taking it. It would just be a massive moment for him because the story with him and Hangman has been so strong. Meanwhile, Joe kind of was just, I don't want to say thrown into it, but he got into the whole story with Hangman and Swerve, so no matter what, it's always seemed like it's going to get back to Hangman and Swerve.
What is the dynamic of Joe and Swerve as you see it? What do you think, and everybody else? What do you think is the dynamic between them?
Um, he's like Swerve. Mm, Definitely, I would not call it an underdog situation. In my opinion, Swerve have not looked strong against Samoa Joe in this feud. We got some really great moments out of Swerve, but no matter what, we keep seeing Samoa Joe standing tall, which makes sense. He's a champion. I get it. And it kind of makes it seem like, okay, does Swerve have less of a chance of actually beating Joe? A lot of people saying that they don't like how Swerve has been booked to look in front of Joe, and I'm just wondering, like, I don't see what the issue is because it's like Joe is a champion. He should, be standing tall by the end of the show. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
So, I mean, I think Swerve had his moments with Joe here, but ultimately, um, it's looking like it's going to be a huge challenge for Swerve to take on Samoa Joe one on one. I honestly can't think which way it's going to go. It could either go either way, really. I can see Swerve taking it, but I can also see him losing. But if he loses, what do you do with him then? Oh, wait. What if Hangman comes back? I didn't even think about that. If Hangman comes back at the pay per view, do you remember Swerve's? I don't know if he did. I don't know if you watched the Revolution pay per view.
Mm.
But did you see Swerve face when he lost? That look of disappointment.
Like broken down, like yeah.
Yes,
It's part
And
of what got him over as a face, if anything. Ooh.
yeah, absolutely. And the thing is too is that Hangman was just like, I don't you at that point it was like, I don't even care if I win this. I just don't want you to
Yeah.
get this, you know? And that could be the same things that happened on Sunday. Don't be
I, s-
surprised
I
where
still
he's
wish
just
they did.
like, I'm gonna keep you from winning this.
I still wish they had done something a little more emphatic, like at that thing, like like maybe Joe was going for Swerve, and like, oh, I don't know, but it's like somehow like a Hangman gets Swerve out of the way, and like he could probably still going, but like he just gives himself to Joe, like he's like,
Hmm.
yeah, no, and then he's just like he sees like Swerve, and he's like, you know what, fuck this, and he just like gives himself up. And like Joe
Hmm.
goes in and like chaps himself out, and you see like Hangman with like a smile on his face as he slowly goes out, like, and
This is gonna be
then like,
interesting. Oh, and you want to know
oh,
too? Now, I know, like I said, everybody wants Swerve to win. I get it.
mm,
But having Hangman get involved with that would be very interesting because this is Tony Khan actually letting something play out long term, which we don't necessarily see in AEW. He likes to pull the plug on things before it's even actually over. You know what I mean? Or
either
something
that
is
or
very
it goes
short
too long.
lived.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
well,
either
that
too short or
too.
too long for that
But
man.
I mean, I find Swerve and Hangman feud to have been interesting. The matches has been interesting. I
No,
wouldn't
no, no.
mind if they continued that. So it would make sense if Hangman got involved. What's going on with Hangman? I don't even know. But he's been gone for a little bit. Nobody's thinking about him. People are obviously seeing Joe and they're seeing Swerve. They're more focused on these two guys. And most people aren't thinking about Hangman being a factor at the pay-per-view. I think that's what people should look out for. It's
That's a
not over
good
between
point.
Swerve and Hangman.
That's a good point. And Hangman's not hurt. He just took some time off, as
I would
far
like to
as I
see where they go
remember.
with that.
Mm. You know what? I've come around. By the way, I've come around. I don't know if I want him to even win. Like I was hearing people. I noticed a lot of people want Swerve to win. I don't know now. I don't know. I
You
don't know.
mean at
Maybe they've.
all or at this pay-per-view?
Oh, yeah. Like this year, this pay per view, it might have just been like I still think for me, if you have the money in him and he is the top of the promotion, you put the belt on him. Danielson didn't do it for whatever reason. He didn't want it, but Osprey wants to, right? He
Mhm.
wants it, and bless his heart, he's doing the American rah rah stuff like really
He's
well.
younger. He's gonna look at things different from Brian Danielson, who's pretty much did it all in his career. You know,
And
he's looking
Danielson,
to he's looking. Brian is looking to do different things in comparison
yeah,
to Will. I can see Will winning that title this year, at least by the
yeah,
end of the year.
yeah.
You know,
So then, yeah, instead of Joe being transitional, which I feel like he feels like at the moment, yeah,
he
build him
shouldn't
up.
be.
Yeah,
He
build him
shouldn't
up.
be.
Yeah, get him some like real, like hopefully Swerve and him will show out, and then instead of like the hook and the little pitter patter stuff, you get him. Who could be his next thing? Oh, we'll talk about that at pay per view, but make him keep him wanting, keep him
It's gonna
wanting.
be interesting.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Um,
curious. Oh,
let's
and
see.
so who do you think is who's the face, who's the heel? Like going into this, how do you see that part of their matchup?
Um,
Or is it two
Swerve.
tweeners?
This Samoa Joe definitely the heel in this situation. We've seen Swerve in between. We saw well, we I want to say he's more of a baby face right now because think of how like he transitioned to, you know, how he was with Hangman when he went to his house and over here just supposed to be talking to his baby while his baby's sleeping. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like different in a way. So I don't know. I would say babyface. I would have loved for him to win the title as a heel though. That would have been
What if
cool.
what if he can't do it as a baby face and that's what pisses him off and gets him back to being his like angry ass kicking self?
Yeah, that's better for us.
Yeah, and it'd be a good story. Like, what if that's the thing? Like, what if he has like the reverse hero story? Like,
Hmm.
he's good and he like everything goes bad, and he has to find his villain again in order to get back on top. So then you can
Yeah.
maybe have like a nice year-long story, and then by the time Omega has the Omega, oh, that would be a dream. But by the time we get the belt
Osprey.
on Osprey, yeah, then you have Swerve as the heel and
Hmm.
strict heel. Please, please, AEW, have your heels be heels and your faces be faces. Please,
Yeah,
please,
I don't like
please,
the
please.
back and forth thing. I'm kind of used to it with BCC at this point, but I don't think that's something that's going to go over for everybody. I don't
And
think
you
it's going to
know
go with
that
everybody.
last thing killed me. Like I'm still trying to get my mind around the last Dynamite. Anyway,
Let me see. King Leo says that's why the gameplay is so good this year. He says Batista definitely has Digi Evolve, Robert. Robert said, magic question for Tati, a three-way Undertaker versus Adam Copeland versus Kenny Omega. Can you hold your composure? Absolutely
wait, wait,
not.
wait, wait. Wouldn't that be a four-way?
um,
Oh wait,
yeah.
wait. Oh, I'm sorry. A wrestling match. Oh wait, wait, wait.
Wrestling.
Sorry, 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 sorry.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
oh, sorry, sorry, sorry.
I wish.
That
I
that would
wish.
be an interesting night. I gotta tell you. I'd be the
I mean,
videographer.
at that point, yeah. I wish. Let's see, where are we? Robert says, "Hell yeah, ballet. Any ideas for his new form?" Do, 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 do. Kenny was in charge of creation and direction. So I mean, but Kenny didn't go to school for like gaming or whatever you call it, right?
He's
Not
just
that
a
I've
player.
no
Now,
anything.
who is
He
the
just always played video games.
who's the referee? The female referee, Aubrey.
Aubrey.
Yeah, Aubrey. She has game history stuff. Like she has a history of it. She's actually
Oh,
Leo. What is she doing? She's part of the division right now. She leading it.
maybe that's
He'll
why the
answer
game
later.
isn't interesting.
Oh, I think she had her hand in the newer game, and I don't know about that first one. It was an old,
But
like,
you talking about Fight Forever? She's
after
somehow in
that.
that.
Well, she's part of the gaming division, from what I understand, and but the my understanding is like after that, like she had
Mhm.
hand in creation with the handheld game that's being played right now, or the cell phone game.
Oh,
I
I forgot what it's called. I downloaded it and I was just like, "What is this?"
I
I
still
did not
haven't.
like it. I didn't like it. But like I said, I'm not a gamer, so maybe it just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know if anybody else would like it. I can't remember the name though.
Mm.
I don't remember, but it's a phone game. You guys could just look up AW on the Play Store or whatever it is, and y'all find it.
There was an older game where
Um,
you could be a manager, but it
mm,
wasn't very
right. I
much.
think they had another game before that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
AW.
and I really wanted to enjoy it. I really wanted to because I like these manager games apparently, but
Hmm. Okay, let's see. King Leo says hip hop junkie. He said, "We back to baggy, aka oversized."
oh man, the
One thing I
baggy
know,
thing.
like if anybody's ever lived or visit not New York, Florida, they love baggy clothes over there. When I say baggy clothes, I mean like a guy is a size medium and he's wearing like 3X. I don't make the rules. This is just how it is. I don't get it. And then their shorts, when they wear jean shorts, like the bottom of the shorts are literally at their ankles. I don't understand what that style is. It
It's
is
not shorts.
absolutely
Oh my
hideous.
god. Yeah.
Hideous. Florida have no freaking style at all. At all. Let's see. Robert says get them likes up, y'all. Thank you, Robert. Keelan says, remember, I'm also in 2K24. during the
Mhm.
showcase mode. It's not like there's a lot to do in that game. And as much
Yeah,
as it
that's
seems like there is to do in the game, I find it funny that when a new game comes out, everybody just abandons the game from the year before.
well, you gotta hope that you've really played it through. Although, yeah, man, I gotta tell you, I played the most that I liked. I played the F out of them. I really did enjoy it.
So out of all the games you have, the would you say that you've completed most of them?
Well, I only play the few things that I like. Like I tried the Harry Potter thing, and I was just like, oh, okay, all right, and I kind of just like put it to the side.
Hmm.
There's very few games. Like if I really like it, then I'll just kill it. And there's one of
I
those
feel
things
like a
where I
lot of
want to
people do
play.
that.
It's Yeah, it can be hard to do because like it can cut into your sleep. It's like one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, I should sleep, but I want to play one more game. Let me try to get this win. And you figure out
Hmm.
you're up for another hour or two, and you're just like, oh fuck, what did I do to myself? Uh, and I don't know, it's hard to sustain that.
Interesting. Very interesting. Because like my daughter's the same way too. She'd get a game and then a while later she wants another one. I'm just like, I've barely seen you play this game. Why do you
I
want
like
something else?
I try to play them through. If you're gonna get them, at least I don't know. I like to be a completist, although for some they call them quests. Oh, I forget, but like Spider-Man 2. I don't know if you've seen that one or the first one, but those games were really fun.
Hmm.
Um, Web singing and all those things. That was a lot of fun, and they have all these side quests, and that's what gets you because you can do those. And if you want to be a completionist, you can do them, but then it's just so many hours. And it
Right.
can be like, go to this place, take a picture, and you got to find a spot to take a picture. Like just many things, or you know, you have to hit a bunch. You have to web sling a few things while going across a track within a certain amount of time, which can be fun.
Hmm.
So they have like all these different things, but they're not part of the main mission. So
Right.
your daughter could just play through the main mission, get it done 2 3 hours, and it's just like next. Or you go through like everything, spend like 40 60 hours, and then you're like, okay, I can put off the next game for a while.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. I hear you. Ballet says I have to work on Batista's new name. Kinlia says, so that $120 was so worth every penny. Okay.
Mm.
He says they still want him to be a heel. That's when he's at his best. And Mr. Alizov says, John Cody sucks. John Cody sucks. Robert says, Jamara, if I may ask, when did you start watching wrestling?
What was the pay per view with the Young Bucks and
No, I
Lucha
think,
Brothers in the steel cage?
well, before that.
Well, that's
But I
pre.
think that was like 21, right? Wasn't that in 2021?
Yeah, that I for me that's when I started watching wrestling. Like I told this story before. When I was very young, like fourth grade, third grade, we bought a newspaper to several students, I myself included, brought
Mm-hmm.
an article from home to school so we could all talk about it. And it was when the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan were caught in New York. Hacksaw Jim Duggan had weed, and I think Iron Sheik had cocaine. So they were both arrested, and it was in the Daily News. Little article, like this big. But
Mm-hmm.
it blew our minds because at that time, kayfabe was real.
Right.
But we had proof that it wasn't. So we're looking at this and we're like,
It,
oh,
it
that
broke
ain't
your
shit.
heart.
Yeah, it was like, that ain't shit. And we were all like, oh, I knew it was real. It's like, yeah, that's
Oh
why he always had the red
no.
eyes. And so, like, at that point, the bubble broke and it was just a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And, there were black wrestlers or wrestlers that I enjoyed, but, yeah, for every Coco
Few.
Beware, you had a bunch of people out there. So, like, Junkyard Dog was a little earlier.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, so this is really my time, and it's really focused on like AEW.
Hmm. Okay, let's see. Actually, that pay per view was the first pay per view I have bought in God knows how many years.
See, that was the thing, and I wish they could keep that going, but like all the people, I don't know how deep I was into wrestling at that point. I remember seeing um Matt Hardy when he was Broken Matt. Like I had seen things like that, and I would watch like these old, videos talking about the
Yeah.
history and different things of WWE. But when that pay-per-view came out, I like all the people I knew. I didn't know they even knew wrestling or were wrestling fans, but like people that just watched it were like, "Oh my god!" And they were just all these messages like, "Did you see that AEW this pay per view?" Like it was such a thing, and I was like, "Okay, I have to see this." Like it was such a
Mhm.
buzz. So I'm like, I had to see it, and I swear I was just blown away. Like
Yeah, I can't remember which pay-per-view that was. I'm trying to remember. Was that wasn't All Out? Was it?
I'll look it up quickly.
I'm not sure, but okay. So I remember the WrestleMania where Bay lost the streak. That was the last pay per view I had bought, and then that pay per view that we're just talking about, the AEW with the cage match with Lucha Brothers and Young Bucks. That was the first pay per view I bought since then. So that was a long time.
And that's magical. That's magical when you can have people who kind of just gravitate to it because of whatever it was. And for
Hmm.
me, like when they had the surprise people come out at the end, I was just like, okay, I'm glad you're all happy. Who are these people? Like Danielson and like Cole. And I remember when he came out and the Young Bucks and the Elite were in the ring, and Omega, all these people, all new to me, and he like comes out, and everybody's like, "Oh, look, he's a face," and then like he turns, and everyone's like, "Ah," and I'm like, I don't know who these people are, but this is pretty fucking cool.
Oh god, Bella then says the Young Buck teeth. John Cody. Let's see. King Leah said Dustin looked crazy as hell. Looked crazy as the American Nightmare. Laugh my ass off.
Better than seven.
He said he looked like he would have beat some ass. Robert says, I think Swerve will turn back heel after he win the world title.
After he
King
wins.
Leo says he got a turn on Prince Nana. Oh, that would probably be it. I don't know, man. They work
Oh,
well
oh
together. I
wow,
don't want to see
yeah.
that happen. I
That
like
would
them
be
together.
ultimate heel though, but yeah, oh, did you just lose the dance?
Oh, they got these limited edition Prince Nana shirt that just came out yesterday, where they're button down shirts. And if you look real closely, it's a bunch of Prince Nanas dancing. It's actually really cute. Y'all should go check it out.
Oh,
They have like there's a yellow version. There's only 50 shirts of those made, and then the other
mm.
one I think is in black. I want to say I can't remember, but I think it's cute. It wouldn't really look well on me, so but I think it's cute.
Oh, by the way, your hair looks very nice today.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. King Leo said no more dancing. I just feel like they work well together. I don't know why what's his name Prince Nana isn't with Brian Cage and Toa Leona and Khan. I don't know
Are
what's
they
going on
even
with
a thing
that.
anymore?
I don't
Ah,
know. I
oh.
don't know. We'll see.
We
Not
had
sure.
the we had the two of them in matching trunks. Remember when they came out? And what was that?
Oh, they did something. They did something,
They
and
came out in the
that was
gear,
it.
right? They're like
Oh, there was like Laker
traditional
colors
garb,
or something. Like, okay, wait. First of all, they came out with like their traditional, clothing for their culture.
and
When
then
they took
yeah,
it
and then they
off,
had
it
the
was like,
matching stuff.
yes. But then I don't think we ever seen them since then. They had a promo
Oh, man.
backstage. Was really angry, blah blah blah, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was
Oh,
it.
and like, what are you gonna do? Like, tag division? Was that in the tag tournament? I don't think so. No,
No,
right?
they weren't in it. They weren't
Probably
in
like a
it. Surprise, surprise.
rampage.
Doesn't make
Okay,
sense.
that's sad. They
Um.
were a good. That could be a good, real monster team.
Oh, absolutely. Also, King Leo was saying that the dance is what made him a face. But he was still a heel even when they did that when Prince Nana was doing the dance.
That was the best part. Like you had Nana goofing
That helped
around.
him. Okay, look, I do think that Swerve has always been pretty awesome in the ring, but that dance brought something different to
Yeah.
what they were doing with Swerve, and I still think he was a heel during that time, or
And
at
it's
least in between at first.
you could say like, it could have taken away from it because it was so goofy. But like something about the
Right.
goofiness and like Swerve just being like a
It just
psychopath.
it just works.
Yeah.
Works. Robert says, I say it's back and forth between Joe and Swerve. Remember, Swerve attacked Joe twice. The night they
Mm.
show the Punk footage. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I remember that. And he says they should put Paige in a feud with someone else. I mean, she's gone for now, so we'll see what happens with that. I think Sunday we'll see Hangman. I would be interested to see if that happened. Um, let's see. Robert says Swerve for the gold. Bailey says I agree. No more Swerve and Adam. Really? King Leo says Swerve's gonna have to win the casino chip. Oh yeah, I forgot about that from for Double or Nothing. Well, we'll see what happens on Sunday, and then we'll make our predictions for that. And Robert says Swerve beat Page twice. What else are they going to do with them? They should have Swerve and Christian Cage feud for the world title. Oh, that would be interesting. I would love to see what those two would do together.
Oh, that'd be fun. We haven't seen them yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
And
still wonder.
no, go ahead.
I don't know. What they're kind of doing with Mercedes Monet, I kind of still wish they had done with Swerve. Like I would have been. It seems like crazy now, but I really thought I thought he was going to take a kind of a detour to the world belt. Like I thought he
Mm,
would start with like the TNT title or even the international. Like I really felt like okay, do that. And if they had done that, at least he could have made a mark for himself, build himself up while they're figuring out what they're going to do up top. But you
mm-hmm.
know, you didn't have Osprey then, you didn't have Kata then. Tony Khan brings in too many people.
Yeah, with a lot of people, and people get lost in the shuffle because of that. Unfortunately,
Like
uh,
I would love to see Claudio at top. Like I would love to see him get a chance. Like I don't know
what
about
with
the
the world title?
personality. Yeah, yeah. Like I mean, yeah, I can see him fitting in the other titles a little bit better. But he's so strong. His
Yeah.
performances are so up there. He's one of their elites, and like I could see him with a belt for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. King Leo says Hangman drink his blood. He's gonna come back dressed like Swerve.
He's gonna come
He
back
said,
black.
"Oh, he said Will's gonna win the dynamite diamond ring. That'll be interesting. This will be the first time someone other than
Yeah.
MJF will win it after 5 fucking years. That's crazy.
Oh, does MJF come back for that? Oh, good questions.
Oh man, I can't imagine if he would come back and win that. That would be. I mean, people probably wouldn't even be bad about it. I know a lot of people miss him. I personally, as much as I love MJF, I don't want to see him win that again.
I
No
still
way.
remember that episode or the one match that I saw of that type where like Wardlow, where like MJF was standing on like the ring post and he was like, Wardlow, go kick that guy's ass. And like he would, and he run over there and like do what he did and like run back. Such a weasel.
Ballet Dancer said they didn't let Swerve win over Orange Cassidy for the belt last year. Oh my god. Don't remind me. Robert
That
says
was a good match.
Orange Cassidy went against a lot of really great people, and his title reign went way too long, in my opinion.
Mm.
Way too long.
Oh, this the second run. Tony, get a plan B. Yeah, that second run was just yeah.
Robert says they should have had Swerve win the world title from NJF at World's End. You know,
I'm
I
saying.
know other people would agree with that too, but there would have been no story at all if that would have happened. None.
Could you have somehow made Swerve the devil? But what was Swerve doing back then?
He was still feuding with Hangman, right? Because the pay
Mm.
per view before that, I think, was Full Gear. Am I right?
He's pretty much has been Hangman, or Hangman, then like Hangman with Joe, and now Joe. So he's been engaged for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Let's see. David Valentine's in the house. He says Matt Hardy going to TNA. Good, they can have him.
Did he come out and say it already?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I've been curious about what's going on. Doesn't look definitely like he didn't resign with
Yeah, he allowed
AEW,
himself
so not
to
sure.
go to what do you call it when you're when you don't have a contract with somebody. Anyway, he let his
Free
contract
agent.
expire. Yeah, free agent. He let his contract expire.
Hmm.
He had mentioned on his podcast that he did it to entertain and see. I'm guessing if that's the case, they didn't give him the strongest offer.
Wait, oh, he
Uh,
wanted to see if they wanted him or
well,
what?
AEW have given him an offer, and instead of accepting the offer, he let his contract expire because he couldn't talk to anybody else while under contract. So now he's out of contract. He wants to see what other people will give him, and
Mm,
then he will decide. Now, if you get a strong ass
if that offer's still on the
deal,
table.
yeah, you're not going to be effing around with it. So he might be shopping around because I can't imagine he's going to get more money from AEW.
I think he thinks he's worth more than whatever that offer was. And
Well,
I don't
he's
know what that is, but I don't know what he has to offer right now. At least in the
mm.
ring.
And like you mentioned, some I was going to ask you, or we didn't. Some wrestlers do seem to get to a point where they don't realize or they don't think about shifting. And like Matt Hardy
Yeah.
speaks very, very openly about feeling he has some left in his tank. I personally think he would be a better Jericho than Jericho. Like I think if he was with Hook and doing that stuff, like his ego would let him be a little bit better.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll
Yeah.
take anybody over Jericho at this point.
Mm. But I
Um,
don't know. Might be the end of days for Matt.
yeah, I agree. Robert says they should do a double turn and turn Swerve heel and turn Joe babyface. I don't know how they'll do that if we're talking about Sunday. I don't know.
Mm. And Joe is
Let's
a face. Mm.
let's see. King Leon says her biggest game is Scribble Knots, though, which is amazing. Never heard of it. Robert says hi to David. AEW Rise to the Top. Is that the new one or was that the first one? Not sure, but neither
That's
of
the
them
new one. I
good
think
enough
that's
for
the new
me.
one. Let me try
There's
that.
something else before that, I think.
Oh, there
Mr. Aldi
was.
Mr.
You're
Aldi's
absolutely right.
says y'all may have mentioned it, but Nick Khan is shooting for all PLEs to be out of country that aren't the big five. Okay, where's he going then? A lot of, I mean, they could you're going to Europe. I wonder if they would go back to India. They have a lot of WWE fans. They could do well in India, I think. Um, that would be interesting though. Go somewhere to South America. They're pretty much within the same time zones as us here in America. So it wouldn't suck for everybody who's complaining about these time zones. Man, the Australian pay-per-view time was rough. I didn't even bother.
Mm.
I didn't even bother. I was like, hey, I'm gonna catch the highlights or something too early.
Well, the English seem to like point fingers and laugh at us when when
When
they
we
see it
complain, right?
because they have to deal with every single effing pay per view.
Uh-huh. I mean, the only time that I've ever really had to deal with that is some New Japan pay-per-views end up airing like 3 in the morning when they start like with the main card. Those are the only times that I've stayed up real late You know, I remember Wrestle Kingdom last year, just waiting for the main event. I was just like, oh my God, I can't wait. As soon as Kenny came out, I was marking out. Very next second, it's like 10 a.m. I had no clue who won, and I didn't even realize I'd been asleep for a few hours. I was like, I know I didn't miss the match.
Wow.
I was
Wow.
so upset. So upset.
I've been there for movies. I've been there.
So upset.
I know how
And
that
just
is.
to make sure that I stayed up, my daughter was having a sleepover that night, and I was like, "Hey, you guys stay up all night." And I was like, if I hear kids screaming all night, I'm up. You know what I mean? And they obviously got quiet at some point, and I got quiet too.
Mm.
I was so mad. I could not believe I missed that. Let's see. Robert says MJF and Adam Cole had the best at All In, but Swerve had the best entrance in my opinion. He said, did someone get you back into wrestling, Jamar?
Oh, someone?
Yeah.
There's someone. Is someone like a wrestler or a friend or something like that?
I
Not
guess it could
really.
be
Just
both.
the thing that kept me tethered was Broken Matt. Like, I didn't see it until after the fact. But
Mm-hmm.
after the fact, and I was looking at this stuff, I was like, "What the fuck? This is crazy!" But I loved it. I thought, like, all right, Mr. Crazy Man, I see what you're doing. But it was definitely after the fact because I didn't even know that they had gone to WWE and had the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But no, not really. I think it's such an interesting question. I think like I might have just started watching history or things on YouTube just to learn about what I hadn't known about, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but no one person.
Yeah, I wasn't watching it that much. Long story short, I was depressed as fuck, and I was watching a lot of like old clips of wrestling to, get me through the day, I guess. And then
Mm.
one night, I don't know what it was, but they actually showed a commercial about Brian Danielson being in the main event with I don't know who it was, and I said, Brian, hold on, let me see what he's doing. And I have never missed anything since. This was like
Mm.
2021. Yeah.
What was it about? Was it about Dead Man losing that like took you out from
Um.
like buying pay per views and
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah. I stopped watching WWE altogether right after that for I don't know, maybe like a year or so. And I just felt like at that point I kind of was forcing myself to really enjoy it. I don't know why
Mm.
I let Taker losing be like such a big fucking deal. I think it is a big deal to
It's a
me.
big deal. No,
It's a
it's a
big
big deal.
deal, but I don't think it should have been that big of a deal for me to actually stop watching something I actually really, really enjoyed. But and at that point it kind of just wasn't as interesting to me anymore. Maybe because he lost, but altogether I just wasn't as entertained. I found myself going back more to like going to YouTube and watch some of the old stuff. And when they
Mm.
had WWE Network, I was just watching some of the old stuff because that stuff was more interesting to me than what they were doing currently. So, yeah.
Would you if would you the streak not being broken probably the ideal, but would you have given it to Roman Reigns and let him have done it and the
Yeah,
whole yeah.
absolutely. First of all, I'm still against the streak being broken, but I do feel like it did nothing for Lesnar and would have did everything more for Roman to have been that person. You know what I mean? I still wouldn't have liked it, but in my opinion, it would have made more sense for Roman to get like that torch being passed on to him. It just felt weird, more weird about it being Brock Lesnar. When you think about obviously Tigger's retired now and everything, you're looking back at it. I wouldn't have chose Lesnar.
Mm.
Oh, Bella Dancer is going to bed. We about to go to bed too, Ballet. Oh,
Take
she
care
said
of it.
Claudio Spaghetti lost last night. Oh, David says Matt Hardy agent is talking with TNA. Okay. Well, that's another good place for him too. I don't know what he's gonna do over there, but something. Robert says the feud with Swerve Strickland was Adam Page best feud. I guess so. I think I can agree with that. And he said, "Did a friend get you back into wrestling?" Okay, that's what he meant. If a
Oh,
friend, no,
no, not really.
but I
I
wish I
know,
had
like,
friends that watch wrestling.
yeah, that's the rough thing. I will say that pay-per-view opened up my eyes to the people that I know who are into wrestling. So like I went
Hmm.
to a pay-per-view and we're getting closer and closer, but a friend that I went to college with, we're probably going to go to a show, and another one of my friends, that's I went with them to a Hog show. So like that allowed me to see that I have friends who are into wrestling because everybody was talking about it. Now, not as
Oh,
much, but yeah,
mm-hmm.
that was pretty cool.
I
I
see.
remember that.
All right, you guys, we have made it to the end of the comments just at 4 hours. Now, no Rampage tomorrow, but you guys can check out King Leo's channel, No Dirt Sheets. He will be covering SmackDown, and he'll also be playing 2K 24, I think around 4 Central. I'm not entirely sure. He'll let us know. So you guys go ahead and subscribe to his channel. We will be back here on Saturday night for both Rampage and Collision. And then we'll be back
Whew.
on Sunday for the Dynasty pay per view. We'll see if Swerve will get the title. But until
And
then, you guys,
also,
thanks for rocking with us. Jamar, you got anything you want to plug in?
oh, it'll be coming very, very soon. Growing Minds Wrestling. Keep an eye out for it.
Okay, you heard the man, you guys. Thanks for watching. Good night.